voters approved this referendum not once, but twice. Let me paint a picture for you of what this project is going to look like. Cedar Crossing is a casino, and it's a comprehensive entertainment destination. We're talking about bars, restaurants, an entertainment center, and other venues that will enrich our city's already vibrant arts and entertainment scene. As a city that's working every day to provide value and quality of life for our residents here, Cedar Crossing is one more compelling reason to stay and build lives and futures here. For the northwest side of our river, it serves as an anchor for much-needed redevelopment, breathing new life into an area that is long awaited a renaissance. This license and effort extend well beyond Cedar Rapids and Lein County. We know a new gaming venue will add to the current casino options across our state and ensure that the gaming industry in Iowa remains competitive and vibrant. Gaming is changing and evolving. Cedar Crossing is a great example of gaming and so much more. My favorite addition to the entertainment stages is the STEM lab and arts area. This is the new face of gaming, a true entertainment and arts and culture destination. As you know, when you have granted a license, we have all watched the development and improvements across the board. It makes the community better, it makes our industry better, and the state better. And finally, the ripple effect of gaming is significant. The projected financial revenue to our state we know is $80 million annually. That is in addition to the jobs, careers, tourism, and contributions to nonprofits. We believe, in fact, we know the time is now. We will trust in the process, and we will trust in you to make the decision. Thank you.
My name is Mary Beth O'Neill. I am the president and CEO of Four Oaks and the Affordable Housing Network. At Four Oaks, we are committed to empowering children and families to overcome life challenges. Through innovative and compassionate care, we provide the support needed to achieve lasting success. By bringing together the child, the family, community, we create a foundation for a brighter future. Four Oaks impacts over 26,000 children and families statewide through foster care, adoption, residential treatment, community-based service, as well as workforce and affordable housing initiatives. In Iowa, over 4,000 children are served in the foster care system annually, and we work tirelessly to find foster homes to ensure children remain connected to their home communities. Many of the children who come to us face significant challenges. Some are placed in short-term residential treatment to address severe behavioral health needs, while others require foster care after being removed from their family home. Often children arrive in emergency situations without clothing, shoes, or even the basic necessities. In Lein County alone, we employ over 400 individuals who are dedicated to this vital work. A casino would increase employment opportunities for the families we serve, and with the additional funding, like the anticipated distribution to Lein County nonprofits, we can enhance and expand our ability to serve our most vulnerable children and families. Every dollar donated makes an immediate difference. Contributions allow us to provide children with the essentials like shoes, bedding, clothing, hygiene products, winter coats, hats, and mittens, or educational school supplies, music equipment, arts equipment, athletic equipment, or even opportunities for celebrations such as birthdays, let alone toys that foster joy and normalcy during challenging times. Whether a child is in foster care or residential treatment, these small comforts provide a sense of stability and dignity that every child deserves. The anticipated $6 million in funding distribution to Lein County nonprofits would significantly enhance our ability to meet the growing needs of children and families in our care. The funds would help us foster stability during the most tumultuous of times, ensuring no child feels forgotten. Every contribution matters. Together we can instill hope, provide security in moments of fear, and build a stronger tomorrow for Iowa's children and families. Please support this important opportunity for our community. Thank you so much for your time today.
Good morning. My name is Tristan Harris. I am the general manager of the Doubletree Convention Complex downtown. Some people might sit here and say, why would myself as a leader of a business that is in the hospitality sector support this project? It's competition, right? Well, competition is healthy, right? Rising tide lifts all boats in the area, right? You might say, is there enough employees to fill the needs? Yes, absolutely. What it does is it creates more opportunity for those that work in the hospitality sector to get better, high-quality paying jobs. It forces all of us in that community to continue to elevate our game and take better care of our team members and what they do. Also, it's about destination. When we look to bring people into a hotel or we look to attract large conventions and things like that, the first question is, what is there to do in Cedar Rapids? This is just another item to add to that already long list of items available to people who come and enjoy this destination here in the Midwest. And as a resident, we are looking for things to do, right? New opportunities, new things to experience and to enjoy. I think as we look around the region, we've seen other sister communities also benefit from these. Talking to colleagues in those communities, they too would echo those comments that their hotels and hospitality businesses have also flourished as a result of having gaming opportunities within their communities. So I echo the comments of the previous two speakers that I urge you to follow the process as we should, but to vote ultimately in favor of bringing this to Cedar Rapids. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Michelle Jensen, and lifelong Cedar Rapidian. I did leave for a little bit and came back. We've survived the flood. We've survived derecho, and I do lead an organization, an employee-owned company here in Cedar Rapids. So there's a couple issues why this is really important. One is to attract talent, right? To continue to attract talent to our area, to hire the best people, and then to have things for them to do when they're here. The other hat I wear is I am on several not-for-profits in the community, and as you know, and all over the place, we are struggling for funding. We do great work, and the individuals that work at those organizations work really hard with the limited funds that they have. One specific organization, Waypoint, really we focus on child care, child development, and then homelessness, which we know is a continued battle in our community. And so there's just limited dollars that we continue to fight for to make our community better. And coming back to Cedar Rapids in '97, I'm so proud of what we've built in our community and continue to build in the last few years, encouraging young people to stay here because there's really cool things to do. This development will really help with that. So as we want to continue to build Cedar Rapids, we have great momentum, and I'm excited to see how that can continue with the addition of Cedar Crossing. So on behalf of my business that I'm involved in and the not-for-profits I'm involved in, I would encourage you to support this initiative. Thank you.
My name is Ryan Evans. I've lived in Cedar Rapids for the last 10 years. Me and my wife own 6 or 7 bars and restaurants in town, and we own one right across the street from where it will be built. That area is in desperate need of just revitalization. Cedar Rapids is beautiful. I think it's nothing but great for our city. It's a bunch of open grass over there. We struggle in that part of town, and I think having 500 construction workers build this place will make a huge impact just on our area. Also, I believe that I don't think having a casino brings any negative impact, homelessness or anything like that to the area. I believe it does nothing but great things for us. I'm originally from Dubuque, and my mother owns a salon and spa. They're right down by the Diamond Joe, and when they moved it from the boat to the building, everybody said the same thing. Oh, there's going to be crime, homelessness, a bunch of things. I didn't see that at all. People came to Dubuque to stay at that casino and stayed for more than just one day. They stayed for multiple days. They visited my salon, my mom's salon and spa. It made a huge impact to her, and I don't see any of the negative things by it. I believe I could leave my keys in my car at the Diamond Joe with it running, and I have no issue with it whatsoever. I also believe that us as Cedar Rapidians, we voted for it. We're the second biggest city in Iowa, and I think we deserve it. We deserve the jobs, we deserve the income, we deserve to be a cool city like every other one with stuff, fun things to do. Having the event center, having entertainment come, and these people are going to stay for days and spend money in our community that might have never even been to Iowa before. It'll be a beautiful place. It'll be the nicest one I believe ever built in Cedar Rapids or in Iowa. I would really appreciate, as a business owner, as a constituent of Cedar Rapids, that we deserve it. And so I'm 100% for it. I appreciate you just taking your time and listening to me. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Greg Lurkins. I'm the president and CEO of a company called the Amana Society out in Amana, Iowa. And, Amana's not physically connected to Lein County, and we're 20 minutes, I guess, from downtown Cedar Rapids. The reason I'm here speaking today is because this area really needs a nice infusion of something that will draw people in just to have a good time and have fun. Down in Amana, we have somewhere north of 11 or 12 nonprofits, and I actually am on the board of our Visitors Bureau down there, which is a nonprofit, and participating, I see the struggle of the nonprofits down in Amana just for the funding that they need to keep things going. Those nonprofits, they participate in marketing the community and the area and the corridor. We market the various festivals, so there's 7 formal festivals that are held down in Amana. That's all driven through nonprofits. We have quite a presence. Amana's really based on history, so we have our history in museums. We're trying desperately to preserve that for the visitors that come and visit every year. We have some historic preservations. So in 2019, 2020, we underwent the process of renovation at our woolen mill, creating a very nice hotel down there. So we're in that hospitality business, and also food insecurity. So nonprofits play a huge part, and from all of the conversations I've been involved in, there's significant dollars from the casino that will reach those nonprofits. And for that reason alone, I would support it. Our business, the Amana Society, we're a very unique company. About half of our revenues are generated through agriculture, but the rest is through manufacturing and hospitality. And we manufacture for stores, so we have stores and shops. We have the golf course, which is one of the top 5 rated golf courses in the state of Iowa. No doubt that the presence of a casino would bring additional people to Amana. It'd be a great infusion for the city of Cedar Rapids, for Lein County, but as a residual out in the outlying counties, we think it'd have a major impact, major financial impact to the good for our businesses as well. So thank you very much for your time, and ask for your support.
Chair Olson, Commissioners, IRGC staff, I'm Wes Erickey, President of the Iowa Gaming Association. On behalf of the 19-member casinos, we are unified in our opposition to the Cedar Rapids Casino license application, and furthermore, all are supportive of a moratorium on any new casino licenses. We respect that P2E is a former IGA member in Dubuque, Northwood, and Sioux City before they sold them. There's a key difference between those projects versus the current license application in Cedar Rapids. 2 are existing riverboats that were significantly improved when becoming land-based facilities. The other was an underserved rural area when Worth County overwhelmingly approved to have a property in their area. This proposed Cedar Rapids Casino fits none of those criteria. Rather, it is attempting to locate in an already well-served area that would adversely impact the viability of nearby casinos. Several years ago, the Commission proposed their vision to expect that casinos would be premier entertainment destinations with a hotel, large space for concerts, weddings, corporate meetings, plus restaurants and other amenities. The investors of Riverside, Iowa Waterloo, and several other casinos took the IRGC's desired challenge and set a new benchmark by raising the bar to incorporate all the aforementioned amenities and beyond to complete the resort-like feel for guests. Especially worthwhile to note is that Riverside and Waterloo were approved by this Commission in 2005 because Lein County initially voted down the referendum, which allowed Washington and Blackhawk County to pass the referendums and pursue gaming licenses. The Riverside Casino initially had a significant $140 million investment, and like other properties, they continue to reinvest millions with ongoing improvements to maintain that popular, sizable entertainment footprint. The IRGC's premier entertainment destination goal simply does not work with the projected high cannibalization on Eastern Iowa's casinos with the addition of the Cedar Rapids Casino. We believe the reliable gravity modeling used in your two pending market impact studies will conclude a more sizable adverse impact to the area casinos, projecting less tax revenue, staffing, grants to area nonprofits and vendors who provide products and services, and once again show the same conclusions your previous 4 studies have shown on this market. The math simply does not work, and a casino in Linn County only harms all the existing casinos in Eastern Iowa. It does not bring in outside revenue for our state, and by shifting the tourism away from the casinos located on our state border, it makes it even more challenging for them to continue to drive out-of-state tourism into their communities and into Iowa. Therefore, the IGA and its members respectfully advocate the Commission to oppose the Cedar Rapids Casino license application. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you for having us here today. My name is Danny Lovick. I'm the mayor of Cedar Falls, Iowa. I was raised in Cedar Falls, and during my career I've worked in multiple economic development positions across Cedar Valley, Mid-American Energy, as well as having founded several businesses and community organizations in the Cedar Valley. Cedar Falls is home to approximately 41,000 residents, as well as the University of Northern Iowa, go Panthers. Manufacturing, education, and healthcare are major employers for both our residents as well as those of our sister city, Waterloo. Look beyond our metro, ultimately we are part of a larger region of about 250,000 people that's usually referred to as the Cedar Valley. So since 2007, Blackhawk County Gaming Association has directly given the city of Cedar Falls over $5.7 million towards 21 grants. A few example projects include $1.5 million for the Cedar River Recreation Project and $250,000 to build the Place to Play all-inclusive park, both of which are regional amenities that both our residents in town use, but as well as the entire Cedar Valley region. Specifically, though, I want to touch on one of our most recent projects, our community natatorium. For decades, Cedar Falls has partnered with our public school to utilize the junior high pools for public swimming. However, both pools are coming up on 50 years old, and we've seen an increase in swim meets and interest in swimming, public swimming, that's put a strain on our limited pool availability. For cities our size, and even more so for our smaller surrounding communities, the expense of building and maintaining our own separate indoor community pools simply isn't cost effective. That's why the Community Natatorium, which received $500,000 from Blackhawk Gaming, was a collaborative effort between the city, Blackhawk County, UNI, and the Cedar Falls Community School District. By combining our needs, we were able to fund a state-of-the-art competitive aquatic facility that will be used by both Cedar Falls, but also all of our surrounding communities. Cedar Falls Schools has partnerships with 10 other regional school districts to use the new facilities, and in the past 3 years, residents from over 15 of our surrounding cities have used our community pools for swim lessons. For us, these types of generational regional projects often aren't possible or cost-effective without the appropriate support and funding of the Blackhawk County Gaming Association. By design, they make us think regionally about how we approach projects like these and how they can be beneficial not just to us in the metro, but also our surrounding regional communities. As a region, we can't afford to build 2 or 3 of everything, and our partnership with Blackhawk County Gaming makes us focus on better leveraging our resources so that we support the whole region. I say all of this today because this decision not only impacts one city or one county, but really all of Eastern Iowa, including the small communities that rely on the amenities and services that we're able to provide as a region because of the support of the existing casinos. I recognize there's a lot to consider when making this decision, so thank you for listening and trusting and following the process. Appreciate your careful consideration as you seek to understand what's ultimately in Iowa's best interest as a whole. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Blake Hollis, and I'm a lifelong resident of Blackhawk County. I'm a farmer and a business owner with operations in Blackhawk, Tama, and Grundy counties. As a Waterloo native, I remember vividly the devastation of the 1980s farm crisis, a time when we watched families and businesses vanish from our landscape. We saw the devastation ripple through Waterloo's ag manufacturing sector, and in many ways our community is still shaking off the impact today. The wounds from that time were very deep, and they've left us with a persistent challenge of widening and diversifying our economic base. This dependency on agriculture for Blackhawk County is particularly vulnerable to cyclical downturns.
Farming, as you know, operates in cycles dictated not only by seasons, but by broader economic forces. When difficult times hit, we farmers tighten our belts on capital purchases and equipment investments, and these fluctuations ripple through our economy, affecting every sector that relies on ag spending. Lein County, part of the vibrant corridor stretching from Cedar Rapids to Iowa City, is a region that enjoys stable growth due to a much more reliable connection to agriculture through grain processing. So my first key point is that grain flows into Lein County year in, year out, regardless of prices and market fluctuations, fueling growth that's relatively stable and insulated from cyclical pressures that we feel in a much more amplified way in places like Waterloo, Dubuque, and Quad Cities. We're in one of those cyclical downturns right now, and the effects are undeniable. My second key point is that the difference in our economic basis has led to a stark contrast in growth already. In 1980, Lein County's population was not even 25% larger than that of Blackhawk County, and today it's more than 75% larger. The corridor region is thriving, as many people have already attested to today. Its growth fueled by quality of life assets, diverse employment opportunities, and a steady influx of people attracted to its promise. In Blackhawk County, we're only now beginning to see transformation take root, thanks to investments by ISLE and Blackhawk County Gaming Association. My final key point is that downtown Waterloo is finally showing signs of vitality and progress toward a future of greater sustainability. The progress gives us hope for retaining talent, attracting businesses, and creating a community that people want to call home. I'm a capitalist, and as a capitalist, I believe in competition. But in deploying gaming licenses, I urge you to be extremely strategic. Cedar Rapids and the corridor are already thriving, drawing new people and businesses every year. In Blackhawk County, the resources generated by our gaming funds are truly catalytic in furthering our progress towards similar economic sustainability. Iowa is strongest when all of our communities have the chance to grow. I urge you to consider the broader impact of this proposal and to invest in regions where it will make the greatest difference. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Zachary Harden, and I'm here today on behalf of Iowans for Common Sense, a grassroots coalition dedicated to preserving the integrity of Iowa's communities. Our mission is to ensure that decisions about economic development build upon the success of Iowa's current framework, one that already includes vibrant casinos, which support local economies, generate jobs, and contribute to nonprofits across the state. We are here to strongly oppose the proposed new casino in Cedar Rapids because we believe it would jeopardize this balance. Recent polling conducted by Up1 Insights underscores what we're hearing across Iowa. 2/3 of Iowa voters statewide oppose adding more casinos, and 53% of Cedar Rapids residents specifically oppose this proposal. Additionally, 56% of Iowans support reinstating a statewide moratorium on new casino licenses. These numbers reflect broad bipartisan agreement that Iowa's current casino landscape is sufficient and that further expansion risks undermining the success of what we already have. We are proud of the role that Iowa's casinos play in our community. They've contributed millions of dollars to nonprofit organizations, supported critical services like food banks and educational programs, and provided a steady source of revenue to our state and local governments. But the success of these operations depends on a sustainable balance. Adding more casinos doesn't strengthen Iowa. It jeopardizes the hard-fought equilibrium that our current casinos and communities rely on. Proponents of this new casino may point to promises of jobs and economic development, but the reality is that Iowa's 23 existing casinos are already more than capable of meeting demand. Instead of pursuing new facilities, we should focus on preserving the benefits that our current casinos provide to Iowa's residents, nonprofits, and businesses. Expanding further would risk diminishing these contributions and creating instability in an already well-established system. The path forward is clear. Reinstating the statewide moratorium on new casino licenses, which expired in July, is a practical solution to ensure that Iowa's gaming landscape remains strong and sustainable. In just a week, over 1,000 Iowans have signed our petition calling for a statewide moratorium. This would protect existing casinos, maintain the benefits they provide, and allow time for thoughtful evaluation of the long-term needs of our communities. In closing, we urge the Iowa Racing and Gaming Commission to reject the proposal for a new casino in Cedar Rapids. we also call on legislators to extend the statewide moratorium on new casino licenses. Iowa has a strong and successful gaming industry, and we must act now to ensure that success continues without putting unnecessary strain on our communities, nonprofits, and existing casinos. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Chairman, if I may address the speaker.
Hold on, sir. You come back for a second? Yeah, just 1 second. She has a question.
Can your organization please share with the commission, not at this moment,
Sure.
but follow up the entirety of your study, including methodology and the total sample size
The polling?
of the study that you just quoted about?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. We'll do. Thank you.
Good morning, thank you. I'm Harry Weber from Anamosa. Lynn County was my home for 50 plus years, and I'm for the Cedar Crossing Casino. It's a win-win situation for a new casino in Cedar Rapids. It creates competition. This country was built on competition, which makes business bigger and better. The new casino will create hundreds and hundreds of jobs and taxes for the Cedar Rapids area, and bring in tourists and benefit the area. A big percentage of profits will go to the charity supporting our veterans and the mentally challenged and the homeless people. My wife and I are in our 80s, and we go to different casinos, we see different events, and maybe do a little gambling. We just don't patronize one casino. I don't see any difference if a new casino is built in Cedar Rapids. It will not change my views. I feel it's all about greed and control. The other casinos don't want one in Cedar Rapids. People are getting wise, and they're not going to stand for it. The people spoke and voted in 2013 and 2021 for a go in gaming. Now it's time. So don't be fooled by this language from an existing casino, say an outdated language that Cedar Rapids failed to comply with Iowa code. I hope the Iowa Racing and Gaming Commission Board sees through the tactics of these existing casinos and issues a license to the Cedar Rapids. It's been a long time coming. Go, 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 Cedar Rapids Crossing. Thank you.
Randy Walker, Cedar Rapids, Iowa. I'm here to oppose another casino in the state of Iowa. By your own publications and your website, the casinos are losing money, 1 to 3% a year in the last 3 years. I don't know why we would need more. We already have over 20,000 slot machines, 400 gaming tables. We do not need any more of these casinos. 14 to 15% of the people that go to the casinos are what we would call at-risk gamblers. As a person of faith, I find this horrifying. For each person at risk in gaming, and I know this is a multi-million-dollar business, but it is kept alive off the backs of the poor and the elderly. And sorry about that. What I would like to say is that we do not need to have 14 or 15% of our population here in Cedar Rapids going to the pawn shops. Their business will flourish in Cedar Rapids. For every person that has a gambling addiction that adversely affects 5 to 8 other people, family members, friends, work constituent or work relationships, truancy will increase. Many adverse effects will be realized. Many of the restaurants that are marginal around the casinos will be put out of business. I'd like to see a study done of how many. Maybe it's a panacea, maybe it's all fun and games, but I don't believe every restaurant within a 5-mile radius of a casino giving cheaper deals on meals and things like that is going to flourish, despite what we all might think. Cedar Rapids is not on the corridor of our state. Of the 7,000 people that are hired by casinos, a majority of them make minimum wage. 5,000 of them are citizens of Iowa, and a majority of them make less than $16 an hour. At that rate is the lowest in the nation for casino workers. We have nothing to be proud of how we treat our workers or the people off the backs of which the money comes from. About 23 to 24% of the people who go to gamble will be senior citizens on fixed income. 5 times, the minority folks will represent 5 times the rest of the demographics of Iowa, about 89% white folks. 5 times that amount of people who are in minority classes will attend the casinos, and that's where your financial revenues are coming from. The other 6% of people that come will be college students who are spending and causing their college debt to rise, causing burdens to the taxpayer. These casinos are not a panacea to get us all rich. Thank you. We don't need one.
Good morning. I'm Quentin Hart, Mayor of the City of Waterloo. And I grew up in the city where I had the privilege of being able to serve my 5th term as mayor. Prior to this role, I served on the city council and worked close to 2 decades at Hawkeye Community College. And I believe in our tagline, or our way of life, as a community of opportunity, as we would like to call it, and have seen the positive impacts the Iowa Casino Hotel Waterloo has had on our city and the greater Cedar Valley. In the most recent fiscal year alone, the casino paid over $1 million in taxes to Waterloo and $500,000 toward tax increment finance. To date, since it opened, the casino has paid over $7.2 million in gaming host city fees and nearly $14.5 million in gaming development fees, so it has had a profound impact. The casino and in turn the Black Hawk County Gaming Association have been important parts of our city over the last 17 years. The casino's success has meant job creation, purchasing power through local vendors, funding given to the city through property taxes, funding generated through hotel-motel tax, the funding that's already mentioned for hosting fees and grants allocated through Black Hawk County Gaming Association has profoundly been impactful and has made an incredible ripple effect on our local economy. And the funding we receive as a city isn't just something that's nice to have. It's truly needed for us to continue to move forward. And it's no coincidence that most of the major developments in our city since the farm crisis of the 1980s really have started to generate since the Iowa was constructed. Most notably, downtown redevelopment and public-private partnerships have led to more than $100 million in investments since 2007, in large part due to matching funds available through revenue generated by the Iowa to the Waterloo Development Corporation. And Black Hawk County Gaming has specifically given the city $19.5 million directly to fund 43 different grants. And however, their impact is much greater across the city and the county. As our largest local funder, they continue to provide important principal grants on capital projects for nonprofits across the Cedar Valley, helping us to address needs to the community is most vulnerable. In 2021, we launched a collective community plan called the 2030 Vision Plan, which had 8 big ideas in 8 years, and $15 million have gone toward that plan. And so the city budget is already tight and needs to shave $1.8 million per year by 2028 due to new levy changes. And the city can't keep taking financial hits to maintain our current flow, let alone grow, change, and improve. So the Iowa and the Black Hawk County Gaming are critical, important partners in our community, and any hit to the revenue, even the most conservative, hurts our community.
Good morning, my name is Eric Birch from Waterloo, Iowa, and I'm here representing my family and Lost Island Parks, opposition to adding a casino in Lein County. For context, my parents, Gary and Becky, have been investing in the Cedar Valley for over 40 years, starting with a small cabinet operation in a barn that grew into the 3rd largest privately held cabinet manufacturer in the country. The success of this cabinet operation allowed our family the means to bring world-class family entertainment to Northeast Iowa, first with Lost Island Water Park in 2001, Waterloo Lost Island KOA Resort in 2011, and most recently Lost Island Theme Park in 2022. The budget for that last one was pretty substantial, and as construction costs began to swell from the derecho and COVID-19, my parents were ultimately forced to sell Birch cabinets in order to complete the park. In addition to these business investments, our family has also contributed millions of dollars to the community through philanthropy and various charitable donations over the years. All this background is meant to emphasize the large commitment we've made and continue to make investing in Iowa's future. We are dedicated to ensuring that Waterloo and Cedar Falls not only survive, but thrive. The Iowa Casino Hotel Waterloo has shared that goal ever since they located north of Lost Island in 2007. They've been great neighbors and partners, working with us on hotel park packages, 4th of July fireworks, hosting community events, and spearheading an economic development group that seeks to attract additional businesses and amenities to our area. We are building a travel destination where the 250,000 plus guests who visit our parks annually will come not just for the day, but to stay and play in Iowa. At the theme park alone, 35% of our attendance comes from out of the state or from overseas. We expect to see much more potential growth for the Cedar Valley and the state overall as the parks continue to grow. As Iowa business owners, we believe in free enterprise and competition. We also believe in collaboration. Working together to enhance the state with a wide variety of unique attractions will have a far greater impact on regional tourism than duplicating efforts. This is why we strongly oppose adding a casino in Lein County. As Mayor O'Donnell and many others have mentioned, the corridor is already thriving, with an increasing population and new amenities being built without a casino or QSO. In Blackhawk County, little has been built in the last 30 years without direct assistance from the Isle or the Blackhawk County Gaming Association. Simply put, we, Lost Island, and Blackhawk County depend on them for economic development. Adding a casino in Lein County would, without question, threaten future growth and negatively impact the greater Cedar Valley. I urge you to consider how detrimental this decision will be for the communities across Northeast Iowa, many of whom currently rely on important partnerships with their current casinos and QSOs. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good morning, Commissioners. Alex Dixon, President and CEO of Q Casino Resort and DRA. It's a pleasure to meet with you. I'm here to make sure that we understand the impact of a new casino license that could have on Dubuque. I first want to acknowledge, though, that a new casino in Cedar Rapids would not be catastrophic for the Dubuque gaming market. It'd be disingenuous for me to suggest so. A 7.5% to 9% revenue impact is very significant. And we'll talk about that through the various speakers that will come on before you. But the reality is that you don't need a catastrophe to limit capital investment. All you need is uncertainty. All you need is an excuse in a more callous perspective. And today what we're talking about is an excuse for the commercial developers and casino operators who don't live here in the state of Iowa not to make investments within the state. Every year you meet with us, you review our capital plans each and every year about what we are doing to make our facilities better. Well, let me tell you about what we're doing in Dubuque. We're building a $155 million public-private reinvestment, not because capitalism tells us we have to, but because we can. We are a nonprofit casino, one of two in America. We give nearly 23% of our revenues back to the city and community where we operate every day. We then turn around and pay 22% of those revenues directly at your direction to the state of Iowa. If you were to offer a new casino, why wouldn't you do it like you do in Prairie Meadows or the DRA? We fund nearly 10% of the city's budget directly. We have one of the lowest property taxes in the state of Iowa, or the lowest property taxes in the state of Iowa, because we directly contribute to the funds of the city of Dubuque based upon the revenues of the Diamond Joe and the Q Casino Resort. The last 2 points I'll make is in regards to inflation. Paying the same price and getting less is the quintessential definition of inflation. I believe in capitalism. If I learned nothing else at Goldman Sachs, it was that you must be long-term greedy. And in this case, asking us to pay the same price and getting less of the market is bad. And who wants to be associated with inflationary policies in today's environment? We're proud stewards of our privileged license, and we hope that you will speak up for Dubuque in this process. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners, Tina and IRGC staff. I'm Wendy Rundy, the General Manager and Vice President of the Diamond Joe Casino in Dubuque. On behalf of Boyd Gaming and the 2 Diamond Joe properties, I am here in opposition to the Cedar Rapids Casino license application. Our company's independent analysis indicates that opening a casino in the Cedar Rapids area will reduce Diamond Joe's revenues by approximately 9%. The impact is higher now than what our analysis and the state's previous market study showed in 2017 because we've been able to increase visitation through the compelling product, entertainment, and customer service that we provide our guests from the Cedar Rapids market and the feeder markets that are between Cedar Rapids and Dubuque. Growth in these areas has helped to offset the impacts that we've seen at our property and the Dubuque market from increased competition in Illinois with the Hard Rock Casino in Rockford and the expansion of VGTs over the years. The Cedar Rapids area will continue to be important to us as the Ho-Chunk Nation recently started construction on a planned $400 million casino in Beloit, Wisconsin, which is expected to open in early 2026. This increased competition in the Beloit and Rockford areas will significantly reduce visitation from northern Illinois and southern Wisconsin to Diamond Joe and the Dubuque market. Our response to this out-of-state competition remains focused on growing our market outward toward the Cedar Rapids area. Adding a license to the Cedar Rapids market will change the dynamics of future investment decisions at our property due to unpredictable market conditions, reduced visitation, reduced revenue, and a reduced region from which to draw business. The Dubuque Racing Association, or QSO, receives approximately $4 million annually from the Diamond Joe from gaming and sports wagering revenue. These dollars have significant impacts on the region. Any reduction in our business and in the Q's business will have a trickle-down effect on the recipients of those dollars, including but not limited to many charitable and civic groups throughout the tri-states. It will mean fewer dollars for DRA's grant recipients, such as the Boys and Girls Club and other organizations in the community, which impacts programming and quality of life. In conclusion, disrupting stability in a market that is facing increased competitive challenges from across the border in Illinois and soon to be in Wisconsin jeopardizes our ability to grow and remain competitive. Boyd Gaming and the Diamond Joe properties respectfully advocate the Commission should oppose the Cedar Rapids Casino license application. Thank you.
Mike Van Milligan, City Manager in Dubuque, Iowa, and Mayor Kavanaugh offers his apology. He's traveling, but I'm going to read a letter that he authored. On behalf of the City of Dubuque, we appreciate the opportunity to express our opposition to the Iowa Racing and Gaming Commission issuing a new gaming license in Lein County. As you know, Dubuque is the proud home of Diamond Joe Casino and Q Casino and Resort through the licenses held by the Dubuque Racing Association. The City of Dubuque and the DRA have a strong partnership that has delivered hundreds of millions of dollars to local governments and charities since 1985. These dollars help bolster programs related to education, the arts, wellness, and entertainment for those that live, work, and play in Dubuque and the surrounding area. Moreover, Diamond Joe and Q employees are active throughout our community as volunteers and generous financial contributors for charitable and civic organizations in and around Dubuque. In 2022, the City and DRA embarked upon an ambitious plan to use our partnership
I've stopped your timer, sir. Okay.
I didn't know I was that powerful. In 2022, the City and DRA embarked on an ambitious plan to use our partnership to enhance Schmidt Island. Schmidt Island is a special gateway for Dubuque, and more than $100 million in investments are underway by the City, the DRA, and the Q as we reimagine and transform the island as a local and regional destination. These investments are possible because of the financial contributions the City and DRA derive from our local gaming properties. In our conversations with Diamond Joe and Q's management, they have shared that the development of a casino in Lein County will have significant negative impacts on their operations. Both properties would see visitation and businesses decline. Such loss of business will negatively impact the Dubuque region through decreased gaming revenues for essential local government services, fewer charitable and civic investments in our community, and lower employment levels due to reduced visitation at our casinos. In fact, these very concerns over the level of cannibalization of existing casino properties and the negative impact it would have on existing host communities, their gaming operations, and their employees is why the IRGC has continually opted against the license in Lein County over the last 10 years. There is already significant cannibalization from existing competition in Rockport, Illinois, and soon-to-be competition in Beloit, Wisconsin, and as well as the expansion of online gaming and VGTs in Illinois. The entire market is already saturated to the point that the Iowa casinos are struggling for market share. This situation would be compounded dramatically if a casino was allowed in Lein County. There are only 2 nonprofit casinos in the United States, Prairie Meadows and Q. Please do not diminish the revenues and the impact of one of these nonprofits. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Rick Dickinson. I serve as the President and CEO of Greater Dubuque Development Corporation. Before I begin, I just want to thank the Commission for the service provided to citizens of Iowa and to the gaming industry. My ask is simple. Please, do no harm. My standing here is not criticism of the city of Cedar Rapids or Lein County or the developers. We consider Cedar Rapids our sister city, the largest metropolitan area in the state, and someone to be admired, and they have much to be proud of. Lein County is our neighbor. The developers of this project are top shelf. I know them by name. They live in our community. They built the Diamond Joe Casino, which is now owned by Boyd Gaming. Cedar Rapids has an excellent developer. But again, my ask is, do no harm. Greater Dubuque Development Corporation receives about $350,000 a year from the DRA. It pays for business retention and expansion and recruitment. It pays for expanding broadband, for expanding residential development, for expanding and being a model nationally for affordable, available, quality child care. Any impact that would reduce the coin-in at the DRA would negatively impact not just Greater Dubuque Development, but the entire community. Yes, the loss might be 9%, and that's not the death knell for the DRA. But understand, too, that the impact is, there's a multiplier to the impact because of the amount of dollars that are returned as a nonprofit casino to the community. I think the recommendation from your developer is generous, 8% in return to the community. But in Dubuque, it's not 8%, it's not 16%, it's 23%. And so whatever the loss of coin-in, there's a three times multiplier, the impact to the community. In 2014, the Commission determined there was total saturation of for-profit gaming in Iowa. They were right. They reaffirmed that in 2017, full saturation. They were right. In 2024, not only is there full saturation, but anyone that has one of these has a casino in their hand. Gaming is no longer about saturation. Gaming in Iowa is omnipresent. I simply ask that you do no harm and that you do not expand for-profit casinos in Iowa. Again, thank you for your service.
Good morning, Molly Grover, President and CEO of the Dubuque Area Chamber of Commerce. In my 18-year tenure, I've witnessed firsthand the impact that our casinos have had in our community. That impact is earmarked by the engagement and support of our casinos as partners in the economic well-being and betterment of our communities. I can tell you that that success and positive community impact of both our casinos are due to the exceptional leadership of those organizations. Both are excellent community partners, corporate citizens, and have demonstrated their support not only to our region, but to the state with their generous time, talent, and treasure. However, that has not always been the case in my experience with the previous owner of Diamond Joe and now development group for the proposed Cedar Rapids project. Not many people know this story, but I felt compelled to share my experience with that development member of the proposed Cedar Rapids Casino because leadership and integrity matter. 2010. The city of Dubuque was chosen as the en route stop for RAGBRAI. That then owner of the Diamond Joe was irate that RAGBRAI would be landing in the port of Dubuque for its final stop in the beloved Great Bicycle Ride across Iowa. He was told by friends that RAGBRAI participants leave route stop communities in shambles and it would hurt his business. He called a meeting with my employee at the time and proceeded to use F-bombs directed at that employee when he did not get the response he wanted, which was to kill RAGBRAI coming to the port. He proceeded then to call me after that meeting and was extremely disrespectful. He told me that he was pulling his title sponsorship, $20,000, from America's River Festival only weeks away, withdrawing his membership and sponsorship from the Chamber of Commerce, and indeed did so, which was approximately another $15,000. He did everything in his power to hurt America's River Festival, the Chamber of Commerce, the Convention and Visitors Bureau, and a beloved statewide event, RAGBRAI. He used his company and his financial support as a weapon of revenge because of a city decision he did not like. I share this story not out of bitterness, but as a warning. These are not the actions or behaviors of a good community partner or a good corporate citizen. Adding another casino to the state hurts not only our community, but all communities throughout Iowa that have made these strategic investments. Strategic investments that were made when the risks were real on the front end, at a time when all communities had their chance to opt in. Dubuque community leaders that took that risk, leveraging their own houses, taking out second mortgages to establish gaming in Dubuque. Now, after all those communities, including Dubuque, shouldered the burden, took the huge financial risk, and made significant investments in their community, Cedar Rapids had their chance and now want to be dealt in. That is not how the game is played, pun intended. In all due respect, please deny the application for the proposed Cedar Rapids Casino and reinstate the moratorium on casino expansion. Thank you.
Good morning. John Suter from Dubuque, Iowa. I'm the Vice President of Travel Dubuque and the Destination Marketing Organization for Dubuque and Dubuque County. I also oversee all operations at the Field of Dreams movie site in Dyersville. On behalf of Travel Dubuque, I am here in opposition to the Cedar Rapids Casino license application. Travel Dubuque receives its funding from a portion of hotel-motel tax collected across the city of Dubuque. We use these funds to market the Dubuque area to travelers, many of whom come from the Cedar Rapids area. Data trends from the data set provided by Travel Iowa show that a large portion of hotel overnights in Dubuque originate from the Cedar Rapids market. Adding to this, the data provided by the Dubuque casinos shows that a large amount of these overnights are visitors to the Q Casino and Diamond Joe. Cedar Rapids is one of our top 3 targets for marketing spending and has always been in our top 3 locations of people who engage on social media, our website, travel guide inquiries, and other travel-related requests. A reduction in gaming visitors to the Diamond Joe and the Q Casino will have a direct effect on overnight stays in our hotel. It will reduce the amount of available grant funding from the Dubuque Racing Association. It will also reduce event sponsorship support we receive and overall reduce the amount of funding Travel Dubuque receives. Much of those dollars are used to draw revenue from out-of-state visitors from Wisconsin and Illinois. A disruption in our revenue will make it difficult for us to continue to offer many of the support services we provide to the hospitality and tourist industries in the Dubuque community. It will also reduce our ability to ensure that Dubuque remains a vibrant destination for these markets. For these reasons, on behalf of Travel Dubuque and Dubuque's hospitality and tourism industry, I ask that you maintain the status quo for gaming in Iowa and deny the application for a casino license in Cedar Rapids. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Bobby Earls, and I am with the Community Foundation of Greater Dubuque in Dubuque, Iowa. Thank you for this opportunity to share our thoughts, and thank you for your service on the Commission. Today you've heard from some Dubuque City government leaders, some Chamber of Commerce representatives, economic development leaders, and our travel and tourism. And I share in the opposition of granting a gaming license here in Cedar Rapids. I'm here to represent those that often don't have a voice at meetings like this. We are a nonprofit that serves other nonprofits in our region. Both Diamond Joe and Q Casino are tremendous community partners, and our success as a region is tied to their success. Reduced business at our local casinos will negatively impact the local economic climate, not only for Diamond Joe and Q, but also for those in other business sectors that provide goods and services to the casinos, local casino employees, and those that visit the area due to the casinos available. The impact, however, is greater than just reduced business activity and reduced revenues to our city. Diamond Joe and Q, in conjunction with the Dubuque Racing Association, provides significant financial support to thousands of charitable and civic groups throughout the region. Since 1985, they have set the standard of operations in giving back to our community and our region. As Alex Dixon mentioned, the DRA is one of 2 nonprofits in the country, and in addition to sharing the millions of dollars in revenue with our community, in 2011, the DRA created an endowed fund at the Community Foundation, and that fund is now able to grant out an additional $250,000, $250,000 each year to support charitable needs and nonprofits in our community. This has an impact on children, education, arts, food insecurity, health and wellness, homelessness, and so much more. If our local casinos see their businesses decrease, it will mean fewer dollars for the DRA's grant recipients, reduced funds for these organizations, and it will have an impact on the quality of life and the quality of place that we call home. The financial support comes not just as a transaction, though. Both Alex Dixon and Wendy Rundy, along with all of their staff at the Q Casino and Diamond Joe, support nonprofits with their time and talent. They show up and engage in our community because that's the community they call home. Thank you for considering keeping the status quo.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Kingsley B II. I am currently the president of the Black Hawk Gaming Association. Originally from South Carolina, I made my way to the Cedar Valley after graduating law school at Iowa and spending 5 years on the Iowa City Council. Now I work for one of the largest employers in the state. I stand before you to express our serious concerns about the proposal to add a casino in Lein County. While we can all appreciate the potential for increased revenue at the state level, we must carefully consider what such an investment means for individual communities and the long-term impact to eastern Iowa. Let me begin by talking about the vital role Black Hawk Gaming plays in our community. Since our founding in 2007, we've given over $80 million to support more than 650 projects. We are the largest funder in Black Hawk County, allocating an average of $4.5 million per year through local grants. This puts us in a very unique position. We understand that whether or not we say yes to a project, especially large capital projects, will make or break their fundraising success. We weigh decisions carefully and strategically, not just looking at things from a philanthropic lens, but understanding our money is often the economic driver the Cedar Valley needs when it comes to moving the needle in significant ways. In contrast, Lein County already has 5 funders that allocate more than $5 million per year. And while their individual county population is larger, we serve an 8-county region, not a single county, which includes a total of over 250,000 people. This means our work reaches far beyond Waterloo and Cedar Falls. Our impact is regional and vital when there are not similar funding opportunities available. In addition, the financial projects shared by the Cedar Rapids Development Group for their casinos' potential revenue simply do not match the reality we are seeing at existing facilities. The study they presented stated the Isle will only lose 5% of revenue if a casino were added to Lein County. However, the factual data is our casino's current database consists of 9.6 people from the Lein County market. Their study also projected revenue increases over the next several years, when in reality, revenue and admissions have steadily decreased the last 2 years. This is why we are confident that the independent studies presented in January will mirror past studies conducted by the RGC. The impact will be much greater to existing casinos, and the state impact will be significantly smaller than what has been presented. As someone who has worked in the corridor and Cedar Valley, I've seen the power resources can have strategically invested and put towards change. The IO is arguably the most important resource we have in Cedar Valley, and the community has come to rely on it for the things far beyond grants through the QSO, taxes, hosting fees, jobs, and local purchasing power, just to name a few. This is why we seek to protect it, because we understand how our revenue loss, even conservative projections, will impact our people. Lein County had their chance in the past to pursue a casino, but the public voted against it when the market showed there was opportunity for growth. I understand you have a difficult decision and they appreciate the thoughtful consideration you bring to the process. We value IRGC as partners in the gaming industry and trust that you make a decision in the best interest of Iowans. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Chad Monarnock. I represent Scott County Regional Authority. We are the QSO for the Isle Casino Hotel in Bettendorf. And each year we receive grant requests that we are unable to fund. Say it again. Each year we receive grant requests we're unable to fund. In 2024, we received 198 requests from nonprofit organizations, educational institutions, and for government civic projects, totaling $6.3 million. Of those 198 grant requests, we were able to award 92 projects, providing $2.7 million, which represents 43% of the projects. We are grateful for those dollars that we're able to funnel through our communities in Scott County. As a matter of fact, yesterday we celebrated with our eclipsing the $100 million mark of impact into our communities. It was a great event. With that said, we are concerned about the addition of competition and the impact that that will have on our ability to fund our community. It took us 33 years to hit $100 million. More competition will make that a longer period of time. Thank you for your time.
Hi, I'm Scott Norman. I'm the Mayor Pro Tem of Bettendorf, Iowa. I'm past president of the Iowa League of Cities and a member of the board of the Scott County Regional Authority. And I have to admit, as I was coming here today and considering the opportunity to speak and looking at this project, I almost fell for it too. It looks really good. It's tempting. I'm drawn by the glossy pictures and the promise of prosperity, but the allure of the shiny new toy is not all that appears to be. We're reminded of the movie, right? In Toy Story, the introduction of Buzz Lightyear to the toy box had a significant impact on the harmony and the emotional health of the existing toys, particularly Woody. Woody had been the leader and the most loved toy by Andy, and he begins to feel, as these other casinos will, overshadowed by Buzz. There are casinos and properties all across this state and hundreds of people in opposition here today that are counting on this board to say, you've got a friend in me. As in Toy Story, where the toys must balance their roles with the group to maintain harmony, you already, we know, have great concern about how another casino will disrupt the balance of the state's gaming market and the local economies. At first, the idea of a casino may seem exciting, just like Buzz Lightyear's flashy gadgets. But as the movie teaches us, what appears new and shiny often comes with hidden challenges, like Sid's haphazard approach to toys, breaking what works instead of creating something sustainable. Overextending the market risks harming the state's continued existing casinos and the jobs and the revenues that they capture. That's why the board has previously demonstrated caution when considering new licenses and prioritizing market stability over short-term gains. We also have to be aware of the gimmicks to twist information and manipulate perceptions. You can make statistics say anything you want, just like you can with cell phone traffic. Data can be cherry-picked to highlight favorable trends, downplaying less favorable. Foot traffic doesn't necessarily equal gambling activity or sustained patronage. And even if cell phone data suggests that you'll have folks in the door, it may be a base of visitors, but it doesn't account for limited spending power within a saturated market or how a new casino could cannibalize from others. I respectfully request a no vote.
Good morning. My name is Mary Adia. I'm the Executive Director for the Washington Economic Development Group. The prospect of a new casino in Cedar Rapids, the 24th casino in Iowa, might seem like a local issue, but the ripple effects would be felt far beyond the city limits, particularly in Washington County, home to Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. Here are 5 crucial reasons why a Cedar Rapids casino would be a losing bet for us in Washington County. Market saturation and depletion. The Iowa gaming market is not infinite. Introducing another player or split, especially in close proximity to Riverside, would lead to market saturation. Instead of attracting new gamblers, the Cedar Rapids casino would likely siphon off a significant portion of Riverside's customer base, directly impacting our revenue and, by extension, the tax revenue that flows into Washington County. Number 2, economic fallout and job losses. A decline in Riverside's fortunes would have a domino effect on Washington County's economy. Fewer patrons mean less spending in our local businesses, potentially leading to closure and job losses. The promised economic benefits of a Cedar Rapids casino could come at the direct expense of Washington County residents. Undermining local investment. Riverside Casino represents a significant investment in Washington County. In addition, the addition of a Cedar Rapids competitor would undermine this investment, potentially jeopardizing the casino's future and stability it brings to our region. It sends a message that loyalty and long-term economic partnerships are easily disregarded. Strained resources and increased social costs, an increase in problem gambling, fueled by easier access to casinos, doesn't respect county lines. Washington County residents could be tempted to gamble further from home, potentially leading to increased demand for addiction services and social support, straining resources already stretched thin. This would be a blow to regional cooperation. The push for this casino, particularly without considering the impact on existing stakeholders, like Riverside and Washington County, fosters an environment of competition rather than cooperation. It undermines regional partnerships crucial for economic development and prosperity across all of eastern Iowa. In conclusion, a new casino in Cedar Rapids poses a significant threat to the economic well-being of Washington County. It jeopardizes a significant local employer, risks jobs and revenue, and undermines regional cooperation. Instead of chasing a gamble with such high stakes for neighboring communities.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Julie Kraft. Thank you for this opportunity and also for your service on the commission. I'm known here locally. I'm from Cedar Rapids, and I'm known for being a cheerleader for many nonprofits. So I want to state that I'm here as a representative of Hawkeye Downs Speedway and Expo Center, and I serve as its board secretary and past president. Hawkeye Downs is a historic nonprofit in Lein County, and next year we will proudly celebrate 100 years of racing. It sounds really cool. It's a great achievement, but it has been so tough to get there. Lein County is rich in nonprofits. We have a lot of people who want to do good here, but dollars to support those nonprofits are often challenging to come by. We are thrilled at the possibility of this development of Cedar Crossing. Pumping 8% of the casino's profits back into our nonprofits will be huge for all of us. I've lived in this area for 25 years, and let me tell you, we need a break. We've had 2 major floods, a derecho, and it's often our nonprofits and the local volunteers who step in to support the community and lift it back up. As a nonprofit at Hawkeye Downs, we really work hard to support other nonprofits, and we even provide training space for our local law enforcement. We believe that we are giving back to the community in our own way. That said, maintaining our property and our older buildings is expensive. We rely heavily on additional support from grants in the city of Cedar Rapids. This casino would have a tremendous positive impact for Hawkeye Downs, for the nonprofits, and for our community. As a year-round event center and a seasonal racetrack, we host hundreds of thousands of people from out of state all the time. They come to participate, watch racing events, attend many of our trade shows, our expos, often in our expo halls, and sometimes even on our grounds. We are fully aware that having entertainment in our community is vital to our region's livelihood, and we also recognize that more than one form of entertainment or attraction is needed to entice visitors and to get them to stay longer. We believe Cedar Crossing would be a perfect addition to our community and complement what Hawkeye Downs offers to our guests. The casino will certainly attract tourists, group tours, and conferences, and we fully anticipate some of those people will then attend Hawkeye Downs for our events. Thank you for your consideration, again, for your time here. We really support a gaming license for Cedar Rapids. The voters here have also repeatedly said they want a casino. We hope the commission hears what our local people say. I've listened to the other groups here, and I understand the impact on the community. All we are asking for is our own opportunity for our community. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. It's a privilege to speak to you this morning. My name is Tom Brown. My wife Kathy and I have lived and worked in the corridor for more than 40 years. Cedar Rapids is our home, and we are deeply passionate about this community completely. Over the years, I've been proud to witness the incredible economic growth that has turned our region into a vibrant hub of opportunity. We have weathered incredible natural disasters to continue this growth in our cities and our region. I've had the honor of serving on numerous nonprofit boards, volunteering, producing financial support, for example, United Way, Four Oaks, Horizon, Meals on Wheels, Junior Achievement, to mention a few. And I've seen firsthand the transformative impact these organizations have on our community. They help people, they change lives, and in some cases they save lives. That's why I'm here today, because I believe in supporting projects that create meaningful change for our community, just as these organizations have done. I'd also like to speak on behalf of the original CRDG Investor Group. We are a local group united by a shared vision for our community. In 2012, as our city was still recovering from the devastating 2008 flood, we came together with a commitment to drive economic development on the west side of the river. We were immensely proud of the initial project, and I can assure you that our dedication to this project is as strong today as it was then. However, it's frustrating to hear claims that this is an out-of-state project. These accusations are simply false. They are being pushed by existing casino groups trying to protect their financial interests. Let's not forget, these are the same casinos that spent nearly $2 million to oppose the 2013 referendum and have fought us at every turn, despite Linn County voters overwhelmingly approving gaming not once, but twice. Commissioners, you have an important decision before you. I thank you for your thoughtful consideration as you weigh in on what's best for our community. Cedar Rapids is a resilient city, and just like our community, the supporters of this project are determined and patient, but the time is now to move forward. On behalf of the local CRDG Investor Group, I urge you to listen to the voices of Linn County, your neighbors, the families who have built their lives here, the businesses that keep this region thriving, and the nonprofits that meet our community's greatest needs. Let's not let outside interests stand in the way of what's right for our community. Thank you very much for allowing me to do this.
Sorry about that. Bad knee, bad hip. Okay, my name is Al Pearson. I spoke to you this morning from the standpoint of my neighborhood, Northwest Neighbors Neighborhood Association, and talked about what's happened in our neighborhood. I'm here now to speak to you about my business, Pearson's Flower Shop and Greenhouses. My business is a 96-year-old family business started by my grandparents on Ellis Boulevard in the Northwest neighborhood. We have reinvented ourselves 4 times over the years, focusing on different areas of flowers and plants. We've gone through multiple disasters, the flood. My greenhouse was leveled by a hailstorm. My grandfather was killed. And anyway, we've reinvented ourselves many times. So I'm here to tell you that my business could use the influx of visitors into our neighborhood. We are one of the only greenhouses in the area that operates year-round. I have people coming in to spend time in the greenhouse because it's a great place to visit in the winter. It's warm, it's vibrant, and we have a lot of people that come visit us from Dubuque, Waterloo, Washington County. They come because we are a destination. And I could use more support in the neighborhood. We've lost thousands of homes, thousands of customers, and I'm here to ask for your support for our neighborhood, for my business. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. My name is Ryan Wall. I'm the city manager for Marion. On behalf of Team Marion, which encompasses the city, our Chamber of Commerce, and our Economic Development Corp., we support the Cedar Crossings Casino application and request you grant the license. There's no question that Cedar Crossings will positively contribute to the county's and region's economic landscape. The casino is expected to create over 1,000 construction jobs and hundreds of full-time jobs once operational. There is tremendous momentum in our region, and this will continue to accelerate that pace by revitalizing an area that's in need of it, and will undoubtedly serve as a catalyst for future development throughout the greater region. Cedar Crossing is expected to draw over 1 million visitors each year to Lein County and the region, and these tourists will visit not only the casino but other businesses, as you just heard, throughout the county during their stay. Marion and our peer communities have invested quite a bit in infrastructure and quality of life amenities, and we are extremely excited to show that off and show how great it is here in the greater Cedar Rapids area. And most importantly, this project is expected to generate more than $6 million annually that will help countless organizations that provide essential services within the county and further enhance the quality of life for those who call this part of state home. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Chris Kramer, and I'm here as a representative for the National Czech and Slovak Museum and Library here in Cedar Rapids. But first, I wanted to thank you all for being here. I know this is a challenging decision for the state of Iowa and trying to represent all different interests. I know that personally because I served for 12 years as the director of the Iowa Department of Cultural Affairs, and I oversaw arts, history, humanities, the film office, the historical museum, as well as historic preservation. We also have a number of community development projects, and I'm so pleased to hear that so many communities that we worked with on many of these projects are recognizing the importance of continued investment through the casinos. This synergistic relationship has, I think we can go back to the people who initially set all of this up, because the revenues from gambling and casinos first goes to education, then it goes to rebuild Iowa infrastructure, and ultimately it goes back into a lot of our communities. And so that's why you're hearing the reliance that so many nonprofits and arts and cultural organizations have come to recognize. So I'm so pleased that I think most people in the room agree on that concept. And we know that quality of life here in Iowa is really important for us to invest in. But you also look at those communities that have had the opportunities to house the casinos. I can't help but think of Council Bluffs and how it was a very blighted community before the casinos were able to reinvest. The Iowa West Foundation has really reinvested so much into the community of Council Bluffs and in the entire region of southwest Iowa, an area that's always really needed that. And so much so that then they reinvested in cultural plans, just like Dubuque did, and many others, Burlington, other communities, have recognized that quality of life goes hand in hand with a lot of these things. So why should we have the opportunity here in Cedar Rapids? It's the second largest community in our state. And as we look at trying to achieve the greater state goals, It's really about attracting people from outside of the state into our state to recognize all the great things going on in our more than 900 towns and communities. Tourism is a natural piece of that, but also economic development. The Czech Museum recently hosted both the presidents of the Czech Republic as well as Slovakia here for very special economic meetings. Earlier in the year, the Economic Summit. And we recognize the importance of bringing people in nationally and internationally to our community. So I hope you give this all consideration as you move forward. Bottom line is thank you so much for spending all of your time on this important issue.
Good morning, commissioners, staff. My name is Mike Sadler. I'm a lifelong Iowa resident, and I've lived in Lein County for the last 35 years. I'm here today as president of the Cedar Rapids and Iowa City Building Trades. The Building Trades has had a long-standing commitment to this casino coming to town. We were with the development group in 2013, again in 2017. We were there in 21 and 22 before the moratorium went into effect, and we're back again now in 24. I appreciate your time. I appreciate the fact that the rest of the casino operators in the state have come out today to share with us their thoughts and their feelings. It amazes me the amount of positivity in the development groups, the QSOs, the county individuals have from the income that they've received from their casinos. I think it's great. I think it's an opportunity that they appreciate and they need. I think that we in Lein County also would like that opportunity. You've heard from a lot of people. I think there's a lot of nonprofits that are looking forward to this. There's a lot of help and a lot of need in our community. The redevelopment of the northwest side, I see this as the beginning of that. It's been a long time since the flood of 08 destroyed that community, and it's time to bring it back. I appreciate your time, and I look for a positive vote for this casino. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the Iowa Racing and Gaming Commission. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Sammy Sheets, and I'm proud to represent Lein County as a state representative. I'm here to give my strong support for granting a gaming license to the proposed Cedar Crossing Casino in Cedar Rapids. The people of Lein County have spoken clearly and decisively on this issue, not once, but twice, through overwhelming support in gaming referendums. And let me be clear, the most accurate form of public opinion polling is the ballot box, and Lein County voters have repeatedly demonstrated their desire for a casino. Claims from groups like Islands for Common Sense, which rely on questionable surveys designed to undermine this effort, do not reflect the will of the people of Lein County. This project is not just about Cedar Rapids or Lein County. It's about strengthening Iowa's entire gaming industry. At a time where we're seeing gaming expansion on both our western and eastern borders, Cedar Crossing Casino is projected to generate an additional $51 to $80 million in annual statewide gaming revenue, according to multiple studies. This new revenue that doesn't come from existing casinos will help Iowa compete regionally and mitigate revenue losses to neighboring states. The Cedar Crossing project represents a $275 million investment, but this is about more than gaming. It's about revitalizing our community, creating opportunities, and building a brighter future. Cedar Crossing means 1,000 construction jobs and over 500 permanent jobs with competitive wages and benefits. It means rebuilding neighborhoods, still recovering from the devastating 2008 flood. It means over $6 million annually to Cedar Rapids area nonprofits, funding that could transform lives and address some of our community's most pressing needs. Cedar Rapids is the second largest city in Iowa, yet it remains one of the few metropolitan areas without a casino. This is an opportunity for fairness and growth, ensuring that our city and our region receive the same opportunities as 19 other communities across the state. I urge you to listen to the voters, consider the facts,
and recognize the broad benefits this project will bring to not only Lein County, but the state of Iowa. The time is now. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Cooley, and I have been a lifelong resident of this area. I graduated from Prairie High School. I've lived in Cedar Rapids my adult life on the northwest side, the northeast side, and now I currently reside on the southwest side. I'm here today to ask you as commissioners of the Racing Gaming Commission to consider and approve the application for the Cedar Rapids casino. As a resident and someone who is looking for new opportunities and things to do inside Lein County, Cedar Rapids, I think a casino and event spot for folks to go to and visit would be a great addition to our town and to our city and county. With that, I want to thank you all for your time. I understand that you have a difficult decision, and we appreciate you all being here and listening to the folks in Lein County that have all come up and voiced their approval. Thank you so much. Just wanted to say again that I support your decision to put a casino in Lein County. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the Commission. My name is Jeff Ross, and my address is 809 19th Avenue in Gilbertville, Iowa. I'm here today to discuss potentially the devastating impact that loss of revenues from the Isle Casino in Waterloo would have on small communities if Cedar Rapids were granted a gaming license. Before I dive into the main issue, let me provide some background information about myself. By day, I'm an educator of 36 years experience. I've worked as a high school teacher, coach, and administrator during my tenure in districts across eastern Iowa, in both the corridor and the Cedar Valley. Currently, I work for the Waterloo Schools as Executive Director of Career and Technical Education, overseeing programs like the Waterloo Career Center that provides real-world experience to high school students from 12 public school districts and 3 non-public districts in northeast Iowa. But today, I'm here to speak on behalf of my night job, serving on the City Council of Gilbertville, a small community in southeast Blackhawk County of 794 residents. In this role, I've seen firsthand the incredible impact the Isle and Blackhawk Gaming Association has had on small communities. Over the last 16 years, the Blackhawk Gaming Commission has granted Gilbertville $620,000 to Gilbertville for 13 different projects, the largest of these being a grant for $225,000 that helped us build our new emergency services building, which both houses our fire and police departments. The initial investment they made helped us in securing large grants from Blackhawk County and the Office of Representative Ashley Hinson. We've been fundraising for 10 years to try to make this building a reality, but it wasn't until we received support from Blackhawk County Gaming that it actually moved forward. I'm excited to report that we will open the building in January and dramatically improve the response times in 64 square miles of service area, impacting 2,800 residents and helping us cover a 10-mile stretch of Interstate 380 and a portion of Highway 20. As a small community, Gilbertville needs outside support to thrive. We need investments in things like emergency services, fiber optic services, networks, splash pads, and other amenities that larger cities take for granted. Unfortunately, with a small tax base, we cannot afford these, and Blackhawk Gaming has stepped up to the table often. The Blackhawk County Gaming services 8 counties as we define large cities by a population of 2,000 or more, which is a low bar. We have 56 cities that are smaller than 2,000 and only 14 large cities. In contrast, Lein County alone has 9 cities with population over 2,000. These cities have much larger tax bases, making it easy for them to meet the needs of their community. For this reason, I urge the Commission to carefully consider far-reaching impacts the decision to grant a gaming license to Cedar Rapids would have on communities being served by QSOs in eastern Iowa. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. I'm real nervous. This is weird. But no, thank you, City Council, for having us here.
and thank you for everybody who is involved in the public forum. My name is Jonathan Slonick. I'm not running for or from anything. I'm a 30-year-old tattoo artist, and I'm a real estate professional and a citizen of Cedar Rapids. I live in the Milligan Heights area. I have a lot of hope for this project, but I have no financial interest in this project. I'm not paid by any of the inside or outside interest groups here today. I just want to start by saying that gambling today is easier than ever. Right now, I can open my phone, I can look on an app, and I can bet my house on Caitlin Clark sinking a half-court shot. Pretty good bet. Yeah, double my money. Right now, I also don't wager on elections. Right now, people in this room will probably take odds on if you'll retain your seat next year or not. Jokes aside, I just want to stand here as one of the youngest people in this room, deeply concerned about my fellow citizens. With the arrival of the local casino, and with the trusted community leaders potentially promoting it, I fear we'll see gambling shift from being viewed as an entertainment option to being treated as an investment, a dangerous, misguided one. Gambling can be destructive. It preys on hope, on vulnerability, on the human desire to win. No matter the odds, I've seen firsthand how it impacts lives, including my own. And while this issue isn't black and white, and this isn't a simple battle versus good and evil, I urge you as leaders to search your hearts and truly consider if this is the right decision for Cedar Rapids. Is this something that any of you today or 10 years from now will really be proud of? I don't think we need to gamble on our city's future. I think we need investments in projects that really empower our community, not just exploit them. I propose approving this project and leveling the tax double or triple the current plan to support local projects and nonprofits. I urge you all to please consider and really take into account what this really means for the future, not just in terms of dollars and cents, but the impact it will have on lives. Thank you.
My name is Janice Warner. I currently live in the Northwest neighborhood, which is the area that it would be impacted by this. I am concerned about organized crime because any time that you have something along the lines with casinos, organized crime sees an opportunity and comes in. I am really concerned about sex trafficking in particular. Truckers Against Trafficking states that 40 million victims globally are impacted with human and sex trafficking, with the sex trafficking being the biggest part, the fastest growing part of the human trafficking industry. The Polaris Project is a service organization for sex and labor trafficking victims seeking help. They receive approximately 150 calls per day. Sex trafficking is the most common form of crime called into the Polaris Project. The casino crowds and hotels provide convenience and cover for the sex traffickers, which is human traffickers in general. These trafficking organizations seek to set up shop in these hotels. Normal casino hotel activity has hundreds of patrons coming and going all day, all night long, and that is a perfect cover for the sex trafficking and human trafficking industry. These victims come from all nationalities, immigration statuses, ethnic backgrounds, and education levels. So it doesn't matter where you're from, you could be a child, and it is very common for it to be children. And I am an educator, and that breaks my heart completely, that some of my students could be trafficked, and I wouldn't even know it unless I'm really looking at those, the warning signs. Many are promised much when they are coming into trafficking situations. They are promised that they will have a better life. But they have no idea that they're going to be sold and controlled by continual abuse and traumatic bonds. Victims become so afraid that they rarely speak out, even when they're given the opportunity to escape their terrible situations. This type of behavior already occurs in this city, as Chains Interrupted can tell you quite a bit about, which is the state organization regarding human trafficking. We do not need our community enabling more trafficking in our area. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today, and thank you for being here. My name is Rick Moyle. I am the Executive Director of the Hawkeye Area Labor Council, AFL-CIO. Our organization has a 26-county jurisdiction that goes all the way from Washington County up to Cerro Gordo on the Minnesota border. We believe that we are an arm, we actually are the arm of AFL-CIO from the national level, who represents workers in this portion of the state of Iowa through that 26-county jurisdiction. I bring that up because everything that we do as a council is handled through a democratic process. So by me being here today representing working people from our jurisdiction in the state of Iowa, we have votes on everything that we do, whether it be for a political endorsement, whether it be for something like this, a referendum, anything, application. And for many years, we have weighed the pros and the cons as working people in this community. And we have endorsed this process for many years now, and that's not an easy thing for us to do. So I do respect and appreciate what you have in front of you, because we are required by our Constitution to approve anything like this by 2/3 of our membership. So this is not 10 people sitting in a room as an executive council determining this is good for our community or this is bad for our communities. It's an overall delegation that decides this. So I'm actually here, honestly, I can say that I represent working families and working people in this community. The folks in Linn County and Cedar Rapids, as you've heard mentioned before, have unanimously decided that this is going to be good for our communities. So I would encourage you from the Hawkeye Area Labor Council side, in my position as director, to pass this. It is past time. It's going to really help our community here. I also wear another hat. So I am the elected president of Local Union Community Charities, which is a 501c3 nonprofit that has a statewide jurisdiction. And I think that that's important because we are a nonprofit who actually raises money from our memberships, and we give that money back to other 501c3s. So we are in support of other 501c3s in the area. So our committees know that we have a shortfall of funds for nonprofits in the area, and given that there could potentially be $6 million annually given back to nonprofits in the area is very important and would help. So again, representing both organizations, I encourage you to please pass this, and thank you for your time.
Hope, Gishigwadembeduk is my Meskwaki name. My English name is Vern Jefferson. I'm the chairman of the Meskwaki Nation. I'm honored to speak on behalf of the Meskwaki tribe and to share our thoughts on an issue that is deeply important to our future and well-being of our people and the surrounding communities we serve. We are proud of the progress we made as a community, and much of that progress has been made possible by the success of our Meskwaki Bingo Casino Hotel. But today I want to talk about our concerns regarding the impact of issuing this casino license. For my tribe, the casino isn't just a business, it's a tool for self-determination, a source of revenue that allows us to provide for our people and invest in our community. The profits from the casino fund essential services like healthcare, social services, elders services, education, housing, and even college tuition for our youth. It also helps support our local infrastructure that provides for our language and historic preservation programs, so that we can honor our ancestors and pass on our language and traditions to future generations. Without the revenue from the casino, we wouldn't be able to provide these critical services, and while we understand that others may see opportunities for gaming in the region, we believe it's crucial to consider long-term consequences. It is our position, backed by economic analysis, that the proposed casino would directly dilute the market. The number of people who gamble in our region is not limitless. Adding more casinos would not lead to a greater pool of patrons. It would simply split the existing pool for existing casinos. This means that rather than seeing growth, we could face cuts to vital programs. We could see fewer opportunities for our children to attend college. We could see our elders receiving less care. We could see fewer jobs created, or even see layoffs due to decreased demand. The Meskwaki Bingo Casino Hotel has become a major job provider in our region. We employ people not only from our tribe, but from neighboring towns. It is not just about gaming, it's about the entire economic ecosystem that casino helps sustain in the region. The casino has allowed us to make our settlement into a thriving community. It's brought our people back to their homeland, people who left because there are few jobs, few opportunities, and no real future for them here. Now, because of the revenues generated by our casino, we have young adults returning, people connecting, families growing stronger. Granting this license would jeopardize that progress. It would destabilize our community and reverse the gains we've worked so hard to achieve, as well as the regional economic ecosystem. This is not just about the casinos that are our future. It is about our future for our people, our children, and our culture. We understand that people see the proposed casino as an opportunity for growth, but we see it as that you consider the impact of oversaturating the region. This casino, thank you.
Go on, bro. At least I remember to bring my glasses this time. Honorable Commissioners, staff, and fellow guests, good day. My name is Scott Soroy. I'm the General Manager at the Squawky Bingo Casino and Hotel. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on the proposed Cedar Rapids license. I do not support consideration for another gaming license in Iowa. My background, I grew up in Nevada. I started working at a casino when I was 15, of course not in the gaming department, but at 15. I ended up staying 25 years. I earned my Bachelor of Science in Business Administration, and from the University of Nevada, Reno, I majored in gaming management and minored in economics. I've worked in some of the most competitive gaming markets in the United States: Nevada, California, both north and south, Arizona, Louisiana, and now Iowa. It wasn't until I experienced Iowa that I feel market saturation. At the October 3rd IRGC meeting in Bettendorf, the presenters noted that dramatic increase of AGR, aggregated gaming revenue, from 2019 to 2022, and that was certainly accurate, but omitted the trend over the last 2 years, which has been a decreasing AGR and a decreasing casino admissions. And also, operators have fewer slot machines and fewer table games. And I think, generally speaking, the 2022 peak was as a direct result of the pandemic and the recovery, because the recovery was extraordinarily slow. The reintroduction of all, public restaurants, movies, concerts, sporting events created a lopsided recovery that many gaming properties benefited from. Certainly Iowa was no exception. But over the course of the last 2 years, since that 2022 peak to now, that has been a definite decrease in gaming revenue and admissions and number of gaming devices. So, for our position, in order to get an independent third-party evaluation of a competitive impact that a proposed casino would potentially have on our casino operation, the Meskwaki casino operation, we engaged Meister Economics Consulting, a well-respected firm with over 50 years of collective experience in analyzing commercial and tribal gaming across the country, including Iowa. So if you would allow me to please introduce our Allen Meister representative, John Clough, of Meister Economics, to provide the kind of background. And I know that he gave you all distributed a PowerPoint presentation. So with that, I thank you, and I'll turn it over to him. Thank you, John.
Just quickly, this starts Group 5. We are going to go through Group 5, so that'll be 10 more speakers, and then we're going to take a short break. We don't get the opportunity to run and sneak out of here, so we're going to need to have a bathroom break, and then we're going to have our lunch and be eating lunch while you continue presenting Group 6. We want to keep going. So about a 10-minute break after Group 5. Very good. Thank you.
All right. As Scott mentioned, my name is John Clough with Meister Economics. Firstly, as so many have mentioned today, I think it's really important to continue to recognize that the market in which the proposed Cedar Rapids Casino would operate is a very highly competitive and well-established market. There are actually 10 casinos located within a 1.5-hour drive of Cedar Rapids, and many, many more that just beyond that radius. In comparison to several other casino markets across the country, this market is already amongst the highest in terms of number of casinos, slot machines, and table games on a per capita basis. Our client, Meskwaki Bingo Casino Hotel, is one of the largest casinos in the state and would be the second closest property to the Cedar Rapids Casino if it was developed. Based on the positioning and customer base of Meskwaki, there is a significant level of market overlap between Meskwaki and the new Cedar Rapids Casino. As Scott alluded to as well, right, in analyzing the competitive market, there are a few very alarming trends. And when looking at the competitive casinos, over the last 6 years, admissions have decreased by nearly 20%, and most of, if not all of the competitive casinos in this market have actually reduced the number of slot machines and table games. These trends are not indicative of a market that needs another casino or could even absorb another casino. Based on our modeling and analysis, we project that the new Cedar Rapids Casino would generate approximately $115 million in annual gross gaming revenue. In comparison to what the developers have put forth, that's actually pretty similar. They're just a little bit lower at about $108 million in a stabilized year. But the big significant difference is we're estimating that roughly $66 million, or nearly 60%, of the new Cedar Rapids Casino revenue is through cannibalization, whereas the developers are estimating that it's only about $30 million. So we're over double that. And our analysis shows that Meskwaki will be one of the most significantly impacted casinos, taking a hit of about $16 to $17 million on an annual basis. Again, double what the developers have put forth. Excuse me, beyond Meskwaki, right, we're forecasting an additional $50 million hit annually on other casinos within the market area. So at the end of the day, our estimates are significantly higher in terms of the level of cannibalization. And really, how did we get there? Well, one, we had a significant benefit of being able to rely on Meskwaki's player club data. This is giving us, true insights and data on casino visitation and spending patterns within the local market area. Developers consultants, no fault of theirs, but they didn't have the benefit of that data. They instead relied on cell phone data, which really served as the foundation for their estimates. In doing so, right, we've actually experienced cell phone data in the past and seen several significant flaws and issues with that type of data. So, in closing, I just wanted to, again, thank everybody for their time today and appreciate the time to speak.
Hello, members of the Iowa Racing and Gaming Commission, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm just an average Jane. My name is Dorothy DeSouza-Geddes, and I'm a resident of Cedar Rapids, a homeowner, a voter, a neighborhood leader, and a community advocate. I'm also an outlier. I ask that you vote against the application the developers have proposed for Cedar Rapids Casino. My concerns are for the residents who live near the proposed site, the impact on local employers, and the severe impact on existing casino cities. There has never been overwhelming support for a casino here. Lein County voters are weighing in their support, as indicated by the decrease in votes for a casino in 2013 and in recent polls. Furthermore, voters were not asked if they wanted a casino smack dab in the middle of Cedar Rapids. The neighborhood immediately adjacent to the Cedar Crossing site is one of the few core neighborhoods with affordable homes in our city. I doubt that any of the casino investors live there. This residential neighborhood does not need to be an anchor for further development. It's where people raise their families. It baffles me that city leaders believe a casino at this location would be good for the city. I would have been slightly less opposed to a casino in a rural location. However, I consider the effect on local hospitality employers who are already struggling to fully staff their businesses. Why bring in another competitor? Finally, I'm most concerned about the devastating impact on the rural communities with existing casinos. We live in Cedar Rapids, not in a bubble. Consider the exponential impact of even a 10% drop in revenues at Riverside or Tama. I'm from a rural community and have lived through the devastation caused by a slowdown at the only big employer in my county. It snowballs. Unemployment leads to fewer customers for small businesses, who then close, which leads to a drop in tax revenue for cities, schools, and counties, while there's an increased need for social services. At the same time, nonprofits see their funding cut. Currently, Cedar Rapidians are okay with driving to one of the 9 casinos with an hour and a half and 1 within 40 minutes. We'll continue to do so. I agree with other speakers who noted that Cedar Rapids is already thriving economically. We have many companies that provide excellent employment opportunities, more so than the other cities. I've lived in several of the cities in eastern Iowa that have casinos, and I've seen the impact that those casinos have had there, the positive impact. And I don't want to see something here hurt those communities. So thank you, and please say no.
Good morning, almost afternoon. Thank you for your time. I grew up in the Amana colony, so it was nice to see the gentleman from Amana Society come. Not being a Linn County person, but I lived here in Cedar Rapids. I've lived here since graduating from the University of Iowa in 1992. I'm a very small town developer. I've done hotels, I've done multifamily, I've done commercial, I've done lots of residential. And I can't help but notice, and I don't like to concentrate on the negative, some of the comments, but the what about, all nonprofits, the ones that are in Linn County, the ones that are in Cedar Rapids, are struggling just as mightily as everyone else. Cedar Rapids deserves this casino. They deserve this opportunity, and it's not going to be just for Cedar Rapids. Linn County, Cedar Rapids, Iowa County, the Amana colonies, the statistics and all the numbers that are thrown out, as many people have said, we can dig into those, and we can cherry pick. It happens all day long when we're doing presentations, financial analyses, and we just know that that jobs will be created here. As an employer, as a past employer, from restaurants to people that work in the hotels, we have no concern whatsoever that we're going to not have the capable employees to run these businesses. But I really am worried that it's become a situation where local business A or local business B, there's always competition, and there's nothing wrong with competition. It creates one casino or another casino or this hotel or that hotel. The vast majority of businesses that I've been involved in, let's use a hotel for example. Many other developers don't want to see that next hotel come next to them because they always say that it's going to cannibalize. And what I've found is that it just draws more people in. And I think Iowa, we have to bet on Iowa. We have to bet on Cedar Rapids. It's going to continue to grow. We've got a great mayor. We've got a great council. We deserve this. And I want us to be successful, but I don't think we should be set aside. And I do appreciate you guys. You're all paying attention. You're all taking notes. That's impressive to me. And I just want to come out as a small developer. This is important to our community because our community is sending a lot of that money elsewhere. And it would be nice to keep some of it here. And thank you for your time. You guys are great.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Katie Susong, and I'm the CEO at Grow Cedar Valley, our region's economic community development organization, where our mission is simple but important: to champion economic growth, to foster workforce development, and enhance our community's quality of life. I've also been fortunate to call the Cedar Valley home for most of my life. Today I'm here to explain why I oppose the proposal to add a casino to Linn County. In Blackhawk County, our population is declining. We are the only metro in eastern Iowa currently facing this issue. And in the last 10 months, our community has lost more than 1,000 jobs to layoffs. And these layoffs don't just impact individual families. They affect our schools, our neighborhoods, and our regional economy. Among our top employers, the Isle Casino plays a significant role in our community's economic stability. It's one of our top 20 employers with more than 300 employees, and its presence extends far beyond its own operations. The casino supports 72 local Cedar Valley vendors and 126 more across Iowa, creating a vital supply chain that fuels small businesses and strengthens our regional economy. Additionally, funding generated through the casino enables the Black Hawk County Gaming Association to support numerous nonprofits and government entities that are essential to our quality of life. Simply put, our region has come to rely on the success of the casino. If the Isle were to face funding loss due to reduced business, especially now, the ripple effects would be profound, impacting the businesses that supply it, the organizations and city projects that rely on its funding, and ultimately our entire region and the 250,000 people that call the Cedar Valley home. To me, this highlights a need for a regional mindset, a unified approach where we as Iowans work together to build each other up. A thriving Cedar Valley strengthens all of Iowa, and when we collaborate, we all win. In the Cedar Valley, we have 2 large sister cities, several smaller communities, and surrounding counties that remain autonomous but depend on our metro area for things like restaurants, shopping, and larger regional amenities. It would be easy for our cities, nonprofits, and businesses to just focus on themselves, dividing resources and having a survival of the fittest mentality. However, it has been through dedicated leadership and true collaboration that we've seen unprecedented progress through the last 10 years, which gives me hope for our obstacle of overcoming our population decline. I urge the Commission to take this into consideration when reviewing the Linn County Casino request. Separately, Eastern Iowa can continue to compete against one another, replicating attractions and amenities, or we can be united, leaning on each other's communities' uniqueness to build the state up overall. Your careful consideration matters and is a critical part of Iowa's continued growth and success. Thank you for your time today.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Ron Corbett. I'm the former mayor of Cedar Rapids. Appreciate you sitting here today. I've on the receiving side of public hearings many times over my 8 years as mayor after I was elected after the flood, and then I would have taken my bio break about an hour ago, so you have a little more stamina than I do. I've been to a lot of these commission meetings over the years and remember them. 2 I remember very well. 2 that we were declined by your predecessors on the board. They said no to Cedar Rapids, to Linn County twice. And at the time, those commissioners kind of embraced the static model, the status quo model. I'm not a real big believer in the status quo model because I think it leads to complacency, and then complacency, I think everybody loses. But that was the choice that they made. Similar arguments that you're hearing today, I think Rick Dickinson probably crystallized it the most. He said, do no harm. So that statement can be scary to a public policy maker. I think one of Iowa's challenges has been over the years, whether it's at the state level or at the local level, is that we've embraced that do no harm too often. And we've embraced the static, and we've embraced the status quo that's led to complacency, and we're one of the slowest growing states in the country. Cedar Rapids does not embrace that strategy. We embrace a different strategy called being dynamic and focus on growth. Over the last 6 years, we've had over 200 projects, $1 million projects, and with your permission, Mr. Chairman, I'll pass this out after my remarks. And the great thing about embracing a dynamic model is you're growing. And Cedar Rapids is growing, and some people may say, well, because you're growing, you're having all this success, you don't need a casino. No, the exact opposite. Because as we're bringing more people here and bringing more jobs here, we have to address that other side of the coin of the quality of life and having things for people to do and the entertainment of what a casino brings to a community. So it all boils down really to a yes or no vote on your part coming up in February. Very simple. You have really, do you do what the previous boards have done and embrace the static model, or do you embrace the dynamic model of growth and opportunity for Cedar Rapids in our region? And we hope that this next time around you'll be in favor and choose the dynamic model. Thank you.
Good morning or early afternoon. I promise I will keep myself together. Thank you for your time and thank you for being here for the IRGC. My comments will be brief because there's plenty of people here to speak. One of the things that I've enjoyed most as president of the Lein County Gaming Association, the nonprofit that will help distribute funds should we receive a license in a casino in Lein County, is the things that can happen in our community, both from a placemaking, things for people to do, and to support our nonprofits. And one of the things, as I was saying, that I've enjoyed most about going to the IRGC meetings over the last 2 plus years, is hearing from the QSOs and the other communities and counties and all the great things that they have been able to do with the funds they've received through the proceeds. I mean, Cedar Crossings to us is more than a casino. It is an entertainment center to draw people to our community, to provide things for people to do. It will only contribute to the tourism. I've talked to people who lead in that industry, and they're very excited to have more things to share with folks about what they can do when they're in Cedar Rapids. So we're really excited about that. The other thing I wanted to point out is Lein County being the second largest, Cedar Rapids being the second largest city, and Lein County the size it is, we are a hub of nonprofits that serve communities way beyond our borders. We serve our adjacent counties and beyond. Mary Beth O'Neill is up here from Fort Oaks, second speaker today. She serves every county in the state. So by providing funds to the nonprofits in Lein County, we are providing funds to counties throughout the state and even a significant amount in adjacent counties. And as a board, the Lein County Gaming Association has a commitment to provide funding. We have a minimum of 10% in our funding proposal to our adjacent counties. So some of our friends from adjacent counties have spoken, and we have talked with them about that. We are so excited to support county or nonprofits throughout our community and county and beyond. We've been asked about the greatest needs in our community, and we have plenty of nonprofits here to talk about that today, and they each have their passion projects. But homelessness and affordable housing rise to the top, food insecurity, affordable childcare, education, and often overlooked arts and culture need significant support in our community. This is not only a nonprofit investment in our community, it's economic development and workforce attraction. I appreciate your time. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate everyone in the room who's come today to help support us, and I thank you.
Hello, my name is Greg Newmeyer. I'm the Economic Development Director for the Robbins Economic Development Initiative. Robbins is a smaller community right on the north side of the metro area. I want to emphasize that this is an economic development opportunity for the whole metro area and for the state of Iowa. An issue we hear frequently is the state of Iowa needs more workers. The amenities surrounding this casino will give our current residents and potential new residents more entertainment and dining options and other options. I understand the impact on the gaming economy is an important factor for you to consider. I would also ask that you put equal weight to the general economy for both this area and the whole state. Quality of life is important to retaining young people in Iowa and getting people of all ages to move to Iowa. Having the dining and entertainment venues that will be part of the casino project will help enhance the quality of life for the entire area. The City of Robbins has an exciting new development called Robbins Landing that will hopefully attract residents to the area. This casino and surrounding amenities will be an easy 10-minute drive away from that. I have a bit more time, so I want to add something. I am glad that you are seeking the methodology of the opposing surveys. While I was sitting back here this morning, my wife texted me that she received a text from that group urging her to sign the petition. So I think when you look into the methodology and how they got the results, it may be a bit biased. So again, this is an important project for economic development for this area, and I urge you to approve the project. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Nate Kading, and I'm one of the co-developers of the Kingston Yard mixed-use development that is located just down First Street from the proposed Cedar Crossings casino site. Kingston Yard is home to the Pickle Palace, which is a large entertainment pickleball venue, Big Grove Brewery, numerous independent, locally owned restaurants and shops, the upcoming AC by Marriott Hotel, and the Yard, which is a community space that features I'm on stage and a large outdoor television. We set out in 2019 when we started on this development with the vision to create a neighborhood in Kingston Yard that is vibrant, family-friendly, embraces the riverfront, and is a place for everybody in Cedar Rapids to be proud of. I'm here today to voice my support for the proposed Cedar Crossings Casino. Our development team feels strongly that the casino and all it has to offer will be complementary and synergistic to all that we have in Kingston Yard. And I had written here the quote, a rising tide raises all ships, but I figured given the location here on the river, I got thinking about that. That might not be the best analogy, but you get the point. I think, everybody comes together and we think this is going to just help make the entire development a really amazing 1-2 punch of entertainment options within walking distance of each other and a destination that is truly unrivaled, not just here in the state of Iowa, but beyond. We are especially excited about the casino's proposed points program, where casino goers can take their points earned at the casino and spend them at restaurants, shops, and hotels. Those that are participating in that program, we think that's awesome. There's no doubt in my mind that the casino will lift up and benefit all of the neighborhood businesses. We don't have any concerns with employer base or employment from that standpoint either. My previous profession, I played in the NFL. My first football coach in the NFL was the legend Marty Schottenheimer. He was one of those old ball coaches who had a saying for everything, right? And one of his favorite quotes when the team got on a nice successful streak was, "Winning breeds winning breeds winning." And there's much momentum here in Cedar Rapids. Safe to say we are on a winning streak, and we're proud of that. This casino will be yet another amenity to our community's collective effort in making the Cedar Rapids, Iowa City region one of the best places to live in the country. Coach Schottenheimer had another quote, which also said, "Success breeds complacency, and complacency breeds failure." This region has to continue to push for more and for better or risk losing ground. This casino represents the next step, an important step in moving not only the corridor region but the entire state forward. On behalf of our development team at Kingston Yard, I want to thank the Commission for considering the proposal and strongly encourage you all to vote to approve. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dave Brunching. I am a 33-year resident of Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Attended Coe College here in Cedar Rapids and pretty much ended up just staying. Cedar Rapids is home. I'm a 31-year member of Labor's Local 43 here in Cedar Rapids. The last 5 years I've been fortunate enough to be a business representative for that local, helping working with our contractors and keeping our membership working. I support the Cedar Crossing Casino not only for the 1,000 construction jobs that it's going to promote, it's the 500 jobs after the casino is also built. One of the other big players of this is the nonprofits. The money that can be used for the nonprofit groups, which some of them hold dear to my heart. I have a lot of friends that are involved in nonprofit, and what they do is beyond and beyond. The outside interest shouldn't hold us back here. Jobs growth and investment is what we're talking about. You can't deny the economic and the cultural benefits of the casino here in Cedar Rapids. Thank you very much for your time, and have a good day.
Hi there. I'm Ben Kinseth with Kinseth Hospitality. We're a hotel operator, owner, developer across the country, focused in the Midwest. We've been in the Iowa hotel business since the 1960s. We've developed over 50 hotels, many in Iowa. We were, of course, part of one of the initial wave of casinos in Iowa. We developed the Holiday Inn at Ameristar Casino, the Hampton Inn at Ameristar, the Hilton Garden Inn at the Horseshoe, and have hotels in Dubuque and all these communities. And we are here to say we are supportive of new build assets like this casino. If you go look back in history across time, whether it be big markets, small markets, our markets, where we've had maybe an aging hotel back in 1970, if we had held on and said, no competition, let us operate this 2-story hotel, an indoor pool area where all the rooms surrounded it, your typical older age hotel that maybe needs to go, we'd be left with that hotel, wouldn't have new, exciting, dynamic hotels than lure in people, whether it be in the local community, visitors across the state driving through or flying over. If we hold on to the old assets that deteriorate, our depreciation is real, we won't develop the new stock that draws people in and creates a dynamic destination or hotel. Hotels are, of course, subject to intense competition. It's a little bit different. Totally understand the board's here to look at a highly regulated situation. But again, going back to think of different parallels, think of Las Vegas. This is maybe a little dramatic, but what if they'd held on? The Tropicana can't be competed with the Bellagio. We wouldn't have the Bellagio. Where would Vegas be if you restricted competition? Think of any marketplace in the history of time. If you restrict competition, you restrict progress. And I think, you know, the moratorium maybe had its place, but we're at a point where Iowa needs to think bigger. We need to move on to bigger and better investments of any market to lure people to live in the state and move forward with new dynamic attractors. Cedar Rapids is on a great run. We are co-developing the hotel proximate to this site. We've developed many hotels across the state, and we are fully supportive of competition. We deal with it every day, but I think that's healthy competition. It'll make everybody reinvest in their amenities set across all casinos in Iowa. All casinos and groups and hotels and tourism attractions need to reinvent themselves. And Disney is investing $60 billion in new rides across their company. I think when you think of Iowa, our gaming platforms are real assets that are buildings that we need reinvestment and new assets to keep the ball rolling. So we're fully supportive of this new casino and hope that you'll vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you much, and we respect everyone's time that's here, so we're not going to delay very long. It is 12:14. We're going to start back up at 12:25. That's 11 minutes from now. So anybody want to take a break? But we are going to start at 12:25, and we'll get started with Group 6. Thank you.
resort. It is not just a source of entertainment, but a vital pillar of our community. It has demonstrated time and again its commitment to responsible gaming, economic stability, and social responsibility. In our rural environment, its success has created hundreds of local jobs, providing meaningful employment and financial security for our residents. It has also enabled, as you know, so many meaningful partnerships throughout eastern Iowa with our area nonprofits and our local businesses, fostering growth and stability that a new casino could threaten in our rural landscape. Many nonprofits, schools, and public service organizations in our rural area have limited resources and avenues to obtain grant dollars. Urban areas perhaps have more. Reduced revenue, of course, equals the ability of a reduced ability for our QSO to assist those very groups. New gaming venues in Iowa lack majority support, according to the statewide survey by Up One. The established success and community focus of the Riverside Casino lacks potential commitment to our community's well-being that the Riverside Casino and our QSO has demonstrated frequently and consistently throughout Southeast Iowa. We should prioritize the venue that has already proven its excellence and that has contributed significantly to our regional identity. We need to ask again, what is the percent of projected revenue that would be diluted from existing facilities with this proposed casino? In 2003, Lein County residents voted first and rejected their gambling games referendum. In 2004, the residents of Washington County did not. We took the chance, we were progressive, we were groundbreaking and forward-thinking. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to address the commission. My name is Tavis Hall. I am actually wearing two different hats today. First, I serve as a Black Hawk County supervisor, where I often must balance the needs and desires of individual or groups of constituents with the best interests of the collective. Second, as the executive director of Experience Waterloo, the city's tourism organization tasked in part with maximizing public and private partnerships to foster community-based economic development and sustainable growth. It's from those two perspectives that I can sincerely appreciate the Commission's responsibility to regulate Iowa's gaming industry. Today, you are fielding passionate pleas from some to allow for the expansion of Northeast Iowa's gambling footprint, which is already congested geography, while also fielding pleas from others who believe that adding a 10th casino within 90 minutes would negatively impact the surrounding casinos and the foundation of the communities they are built into. In Black Hawk County, the casino isn't just a nicety, it is foundational to the balance sheets of our communities. Last year, Black Hawk County government received over $800,000 between property tax and hosting fees. This is the equivalent of 8 to 10 full-time employees, supporting areas such as law enforcement and public health. However, the casino's regional impact is even greater. Over the past 17 years, the Cedar Valley has received over $100 million directly from the casino, with an additional $80 million allocated from Black Hawk Gaming Association. These dollars have improved the quality of life in the Cedar Valley and continue to be essential to the region's development. I think it's also important to mention that with its $4.5 million in annual support to community, Black Hawk Gaming currently outpaces the next highest philanthropic organization serving Black Hawk County by nearly double. On the flip side, Lein County already has at least 5 funders who allocate more than $5 million annually. Any cuts to this funding in Black Hawk County would impact thousands of Iowans who already have limited access to grant dollars. I hope when you vote in February that you'll consider the broader implications of your decision. As others have and will attest today, the existing casinos are vital to many communities across the state. And I urge this commission to protect the delicate balance of Iowa's gaming ecosystem and deny Cedar Rapids' request for a casino. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jasmine Gaston, and I'm honored to be here as a lifelong resident and the mayor of LaPorte City. I'm also a small business owner in Cedar Falls, a Pennegar Electric, and I'm the proud mother of 3 kids who attend the Union Community School District. I'm here today to voice my opposition to the proposed casino in Lein County. The impact of this decision will have on our community and region will be far-reaching. Previous market studies have shown that adding a casino to Lein County would draw anywhere from 15 to 25% of its revenue from the Isle Casino Hotel in Waterloo. This revenue loss just does not hurt the casino itself, but it has a negative impact on the cities, the county, and the people of the greater Cedar Valley. As a small rural community, LaPorte City has very limited funding resources beyond our tax base. We do not have many major funders or large businesses that can provide grants beyond the Black Hawk County Gaming Association. Over the last 16 years, we have received more than $1.4 million from them to support many important quality of life initiatives that we would not have otherwise been able to fund. In particular, things like grants for $115,000 towards new emergency vehicles and $750,000 towards Main Street redevelopment allow us, as a city with a small budget, to still grow and attract residents and downtown businesses. It is no secret that small towns are struggling across Iowa and the Midwest. Each year it gets more difficult to fund our community through tax dollars as the state limits funding and costs continue to increase. A casino in Lein County would pull revenues from Black Hawk County, further escalating the situation in our own community. LaPorte City also thrives on the greater Cedar Valley metro area, not only for work, but our economy. Located just 12 miles southeast of the casino, many people drive through our community on day trips to the casino, which results in stops at our restaurants, our golf course, and shops on the way to the Isle. We need this traffic and business to continue to survive. Additionally, as a small business owner, I see firsthand how local businesses benefit from a steady flow of local commerce. Introducing another casino would divert patrons and resources that smaller towns like LaPorte, Hudson, and our other metro areas depend on to maintain a healthy business environment. Lastly, we need to think about the future of our communities, especially the small communities that feed employees and consumers into our metro areas. I'm raising 3 children in LaPorte City, and I want to ensure that they grow up in a community that prioritizes sustainable growth, community investment, and safe, family-friendly spaces. Our focus should be on strengthening local businesses and fostering opportunities that contribute to the region, which includes Cedar Rapids and the Upper Cedar Valley region, not only risking it all on the allure of a new casino. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your service. My name is Mike Mattson. I'm the mayor of Davenport, Iowa. I've been on the city council for 12 years and now my 5th year of mayor, and certainly appreciate the work that you guys do. And Mayor O'Donnell, if you're still here, certainly I understand your work as mayor and appreciate the work for your city. But ladies and gentlemen, bottom line up front, this decision, while impacting many communities in Iowa, is simply a ratio of 19-1. Negative impacts of 19 versus 1. Negative impacts on the nonprofits, more than double in each of those, and I'm not good at math, but you can do that yourselves, 19-1. We are proud to have Rhythm City Casino in Davenport, and their work and their contributions to the nonprofits and the folks in Davenport, Iowa, is a significant contribution to the people that need assistance. From the City of Davenport's Finance Department, the estimated loss of more than $230,000 yearly, which is discretionary income used to address service gaps and funding shortfalls, as other sources have limitations on how the money can be spent. Again, we're proud to have Rhythm City Casino because they help foster and contribute to those gaps. So what does a couple examples of $200 and some thousand mean per year? It could be the yearly budget of the Davenport Police Department's Crime Analytics Unit. So my focus is to have badged officers out in the city doing their jobs. We need other people to help give the support to that contribution pays for that analytics unit. Equivalent to the salary and benefits of 2 police officer firefighters on an annual basis. We consider Davenport, Iowa's front porch, along with many of the communities on the east side of Iowa. The front porch gathers the investment and then brings in competition so that we can lead Iowa for other communities, other states to come and see what a great state Iowa is, especially on the east, as the front porch. Our city administrator says a loss of revenue of this magnitude makes maintaining service levels at current levels difficult and will likely be felt by many Davenport residents. Your third largest city helps lead the way to grow Iowa's eastern front porch with essential support to nonprofits. The city of Davenport receives grants from the Regional Development Authority tied to the Rhythm City Casino, and its essential support to nonprofits that help with homeless and people in need. Rescue equipment, electric buses provide healthy food grants, and then the contributions for Main Street landing along our river, again, to increase the amenity for people to come to Iowa. Downtown Davenport Partnership will lose almost $30,000 annually for beautification, maintenance, and social service referrals. Davenport has had record growth in the last years, and Iowa Front Porch is leading the way, and let's keep that going. In conclusion, we thank you for holding this listings event. Thank you for your work, but please say no to this new casino. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jean Dixon. I live in Bettendorf, and I am on the Scott County Board of Supervisors. I'm not a lifelong Quad Citian, but I've lived in the Quad Cities for over 30 years. We oppose this proposed casino application. Iowa Code Section 99F41 gives this commission the task of determining applicants which best serve the interests of the citizens of Iowa. My comments today focus on Scott County, but are equally applicable to other municipalities and entities from whom you will be hearing today. Scott County receives revenues from 2 casinos, the Isle of Capri and Rhythm City Casino. Our revenue from the casino goes into our SIP, our Capital Improvement Projects Fund. Scott County funds the SIP from 3 sources: special grants, property tax transfers, and gaming revenue. In fiscal 2024, our revenue from the 2 casinos was approximately $834,000. Assuming an estimated decline in revenue from the proposed Cedar Crossing Casino of 10%, this would result in a reduction of over $80,000 annually to our SIP fund. So what does that mean for Scott County? A few examples: 2 squad cars, HVAC system, portions thereof, radios for 911, boilers, computer desktops, mobile routers. These are not extravagant projects. Scott County needs this capital to operate. With the casino funds, we reinvest in the county's current obligation and needs. With that shortage, Scott County still needs to do these projects. So then what? A shortage in revenue means that the county is moving more funds out of our general fund by way of a property tax transfer. We do not want to pass any financial loss back over to the taxpayers. Loss of revenue from the casinos to our capital improvements project will have a direct and immediate impact on Scott County and the services that we provide to our constituents. More importantly, this is equally true for the many other communities across eastern Iowa. On behalf of Scott County, we ask that you consider this impact on the many municipalities who have spoken today. Thank you for your time and service on the Commission, and thank you for your commitment to the best interests of the citizens of Iowa.
Hello, my name is Matt Mendenhall. I'm the President and CEO for the Regional Development Authority in Davenport. We are a proud partner of the Rhythm City Casino Resort and work with them closely to maximize gaming's positive impact in our community. We appreciate the Commission's work to maintain a strong gaming sector in Iowa. I do want to share some additional specific impacts for your consideration. First, according to our casino partners' projections, a new casino in our region would likely result in approximately $470,000 less annual revenue for RDA grants. So we've talked about percentages. I wanted to give you actual number. One challenge of this potential change is that because of Rhythm City's recent and consistent success, RDA has been able to commit to some larger multi-cycle grants, including 2 different $1 million grants recently. One is for the Figge Art Museum for a world-class lighting sculpture project on the river, and another is for the city of Bettendorf for a community swimming and ice skating complex. These are both but for gaming dollars would not happen. Our second and actually larger concern is about the ripple effects that will come from decreased local gaming revenue, including the impact on contracted payments to the city and county. For our QSO contract, the total impact of the projected decline weighs in at an estimated $735,000 per year. In economic terms, the idea of a multiplier effect refers to how dollars from external sources recirculate through a community before leaving that local economy. A standard multiplier equation in our case predicts a total negative local economic impact at $5 million per year. One point is that the ripple effect of a new casino in our region is larger than just the grant dollars distributed by RDA. You have heard from many speakers today about the several other economic challenges brewing in the state. As in other communities, Davenport has recently experienced significant John Deere layoffs, challenges in other agricultural and manufacturing industries, and the prospect of increased difficulties due to property tax levies. These added factors make this a particularly difficult time for Davenport and other existing casino communities to absorb further revenue declines. Thank you.
Good morning, or afternoon, I guess. Sorry, this has been a long time. My name is Eric Skogman, and I'm a proud citizen of Linn County, and I am thrilled to advocate for my community today. I know you guys have a tough job. Managing the Gaming Commission, managing what's best for Iowa. You know, these people wouldn't build these gorgeous casinos if they didn't have a reasonable expectation of a great return on their investment. But they've earned that reasonable return on their investment. They've had it 8, 9, 10 times return on their investment. And it's gone from what most people would consider a reasonable return on an expectation for reasonable return on investment to maybe a little greedy to keep it from Cedar Rapids. When I was coming here today, I thought, wow, a casino would be really good for our community. But after hearing from Davenport and Bettendorf and Cedar Falls and Dubuque and Waterloo, it would be a godsend for our community. They speak that their casinos are a pillar in their community, and Cedar Rapids needs this pillar. We have bigger communities, have bigger needs, and you'll hear from a lot of our nonprofits of our large needs that we have. Finally, what is best for the state of Iowa? What is the largest impact? Having a net gain, a very large net gain in gaming revenue, having a very large net gain in nonprofit donations, having a large net gain in job creation, and helping the second largest community in Iowa grow. And we've seen the evidence of how pivotal casino gaming revenue and the benefits that it provides are to the communities, because all of our neighbors have said how pivotal it is. In fact, Davenport and Bettendorf, they have 2 casinos right next to each other. So our casino will not harm gaming in Iowa. It'll grow gaming in Iowa. It will not harm nonprofits in Iowa. It will grow revenue for nonprofits. This is an essential pillar to our community that we have so far been denied, and that we hope and pray that you guys grant us the casino license when you vote in February. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much. Hope you got to enjoy your lunch. Have a good day.
Hi, my name is Seth Gorman. I've heard casinos and community leaders from all around us sit up here and talk today about how they prosper and all that. I just like the same chance. I've lived in Cedar Rapids my whole life. I have the honor of being the business manager for Ironworkers Local 89. I stand here before you to speak about a group of highly skilled professionals whose work often goes unnoticed, but is essential to building our cities and eastern Iowa. Ironworkers are the backbone of our infrastructure, shaping the skylines of the city and enabling the growth of our community. With the building of the casino, we'll bring more buildings around it. On a personal note, I was here for the 2014 vote, and I was here for the 2017 vote, where it came down to this board that voted no. We are the second largest city in Iowa. And for us not to have a casino is surprising for me. I sit on several nonprofits and not received anything from any surrounding casino. And it's not from a lack of trying. We, the people of Cedar Rapids, have voted yes. And I hope you all do the same as well. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Todd Bergen. First of all, thank you for your time. I know it's going to be a long day for you. I really appreciate it. I'm going to speak to you today as a local commercial realtor, but I'm also going to speak from the perspective of economic development. My formal background is economic development. I have a master's degree in urban planning from the University of Iowa. And for 13 years, I was part of the economic development organization that represented this area of Iowa, Lein County and the surrounding counties. 7 of those years, I ran that organization. The work we did starting at that time, the unemployment rate here was just under 11%. We were status quo. And there's a conscious decision made by the business community here that we couldn't be status quo. We had to recruit companies, we had to be aggressive, we had to pursue economic growth everywhere we could find it. The impact of that growth at times, new businesses locating here, created competition for local companies. We accepted that. The state today recruits companies from all over the world, aggressively recruits those companies. They provide millions of dollars in incentives, and they should. Those benefits for Iowa are dramatic, and they're important. They keep the economy growing. And yes, absolutely, local industry from time to time will be affected by those projects. But at the highest level, that's good for Iowa. I also want to step back and just think about what we've heard today. The folks outside of Lein County are afraid of cannibalization because they want to continue to cannibalize from Lein County and the surrounding counties. They're afraid that they can't keep taking from us what they've taken for years and years and years. I think that's a true contradiction. I would also say that keep in mind that the investment that's being proposed for Cedar Crossing, $274 million of economic development investment in the state of Iowa with no incentives. The developers of the project are taking all of the risk. They're taking risk knowing they're going to be investing in Lein County with communities in the area that have existing casinos that will compete with them. But they're willing to take that risk, to make that investment. And I think it's important that we step back and consider the impact of the state. If you want to be myopic, you can focus as tightly as possible. And you can find a reason why this might have a negative impact on a community, on an organization, on a city. But at the highest level, the net benefit to Iowa is hundreds of millions of dollars. In the first decade of operation for Cedar Crossing, the local not-for-profit impact is over $60 million. The net benefit to the state of Iowa is over $500 million. I think those important economic factors need to be considered in your decision-making. Again, we appreciate your time and your willingness to consider the license. Obviously, support the casino, and I hope you vote yes. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ryan Hanrahan. I was born and raised here in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and today I'll be speaking on behalf of small local business, Mid-American Aerospace, here on the west side. I personally was graduated from Washington High School in 2001, attended the University of Iowa, graduated in 2006, spent a couple of years working in Chicago in the financial services industry before returning home here to Cedar Rapids to work for the family business. Going on 17 years with the company. We were founded in 2004. We have about 45 employees. Our business is a national and international supplier of commercial aircraft parts. We receive on-site visitors from across the nation, and occasionally we have international guests as well. We receive visitors year-round, including for a yearly golf tournament event that we have towards the end of each summer. This year, I believe we had around 90 to 100 guests attend. I frequently get asked by people in our industry, the aviation aftermarket, what is there to do in Iowa? To which I typically reply, not a whole lot. We just work hard and ship parts all over the world every day. That's pretty much what we do. We just work hard and ship parts. And it would certainly be nice to add, well, we have a nice gaming and entertainment center as well here locally. Let's go see a show. Let's go see a comedian that's coming to town. That'd be really nice. I understand that there are other gaming sites in eastern Iowa, but when a customer or vendor come to our town for typically a 48-hour visit, they don't want to spend 3 hours on a round trip going to a different gaming site and coming back. We just don't typically recommend any eastern Iowa gaming site at all. We simply point them to local restaurants and they stay in town. Having different weekends where musical or comedy acts are playing at the proposed gaming and entertainment center would be tremendous for us. We could plan weekends around these events, and we could provide guests with yet another reason to come to visit us. We would like to be able to bring even more visitors here to Cedar Rapids and show them a nice time. Additionally, we're also presently considering business expansion plans that would entail hiring another 50 to 100 additional employees. This would include relocating skilled workers from other states to move to Iowa. This gaming and entertainment site would certainly aid our efforts for attraction and retention of skilled workers and new employees. Lastly, I just want to thank the Commission for allowing me to speak today in favor of the proposed site. Thanks.
Thank you for your consideration. Thank you for this open forum. My name is Murphy McGrath. I'm here representing the McGrath family of dealerships. We own and operate 10 eastern Iowa car dealerships, 4 motorcycle dealerships. We employ about 640 people in the area, and we've been in Cedar Rapids since 1957. I've lived the majority of my life here, and in the last 15 years have been involved in the family business. I'm here to voice, as you may have guessed by my shirt, support for the Cedar Crossings Casino. There's many reasons to support the casino, as you've heard over the last few hours, and more to come, but I'll highlight 2 main benefits that will make this casino a catalyst for the future of our community. As you've heard, Cedar Rapids is doing well. We think the casino will help the town go from good to great. It will attract people to the area with the coveted things to do that we need. Cedar Crossings will provide a STEM lab, arts and cultural center. It'll have great entertainment via gaming, a 1,500-seat venue for musicians and comedians to visit the area, and it will house attractive restaurants. Cedar Crossings will help our town attract citizens from outside the area to move here, visit here, play here, and also retain quality people to the area and therefore grow. Second, our family is very active in philanthropy in Lein County. I know firsthand that we have great not-for-profits, from the Indian Creek Nature Center to Tanager Place, Theater Cedar Rapids, the Freedom Foundation, Boys and Girls Club, Waypoint, Foundation 2, I could keep going. Last year, 83 different organizations received support from the Greater Cedar Rapids Community Foundation. But it's not enough. The 8% net HER contributions to the Lein County Gaming Association, the highest in the state, will help fund our not-for-profit community. We're not lacking in need or deserving programs. We've got great executive directors with big ideas that can help our community grow. We're lacking in dollars. The estimated $6 to $8 million per year will help those deserving organizations and frankly will make our community a better place. Many Lein County citizens are driving to other casinos, spending time and money at those institutions and therefore funding other QSOs. But they are not seeing any of that investment come back to their backyard, where I can tell you firsthand it is needed and wanted. For those reasons and others you'll hear today, I urge you to vote to approve the proposed casino project And again, thank you very much for your time and consideration today.
Good afternoon. This is going to be a very long day for you all, and we appreciate you spending so much time with us. My name is Lydia Brown, and I am here representing a couple of different avenues. First is my day job. I'm a commercial broker and the Vice President of Development for a private equity real estate fund. We own real estate throughout the Midwest. And in addition, I am the chair of Four Oaks, not-for-profit, the Affordable Housing Network, and vice chair of the Mercy Medical Center Foundation. And so I see every day the needs in our community. And I appreciate what has been said here today from those communities and the benefits that they are receiving from their casinos. But it's our turn, and it's our time. They talked about, some of the speakers have talked about the fact that Cedar Rapids is doing well. No community is as strong as their weakest link. And so by the fact that we have homelessness and we have children in need and we have health issues and we have all kinds of issues in this community, they're not going to be solved by the money that the casino brings in. I'm not foolish enough to think that. But hopefully the innovation that is Cedar Rapids, we are an entrepreneurial community, and for those of you that may have had the opportunity to come here immediately following the 2008 flood and see the devastation in our downtown and core districts, including what is going to be the site for the new casino, you would understand how far we've come, but how far we still have to go. This project is tremendously important for economic development, for job growth, for the sustainability of the nonprofits in our community, as well as for the entertainment that attracts young and old people to this community and keeps them here. We've had the opportunity to have some really great wins, and I hope that we continue to do that. But this is just one more thing that allows this community to be stronger and to give our residents and this county, including the rural communities that are in Lein County, the benefits of having a casino. I urge you to vote yes on behalf of this proposal, and I hope that we see you back here to celebrate the ribbon cutting for the new Suter Crossing Casino. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Tony McNeely, representing Heat and Frost Insulators, mechanical insulation, Local 81. Our members are skilled mechanical insulators who live and work right here in the Cedar Rapids area. We are excited to support the development of the Cedar Rapids for the Cedar Crossing Casino. This project is not just a significant opportunity for our members, but also for our community as a whole. By creating numerous jobs, we will see a positive economic impact and increased financial stability for many local families. Also, with the casino's commitment to allocating $6.3 million annually to nonprofit organizations, we are confident that the benefits will extend far beyond our industry. This investment will strengthen our community, support vital services, and enhance the overall quality of life in Cedar Rapids. In conclusion, the Cedar Crossing Casino represents growth, opportunity, and community enhancement. We urge you to support this project and look forward to the positive changes it will bring. Thanks for your time and consideration.
Thanks for the opportunity today. My name is Bob Brown, as you can tell from my sticker here. In support of the project, I'm fortunate enough to be CEO of Modern, formerly Modern Piping, who's proud to call Cedar Rapids home for more than 85 years. I'm also here to, as a dad of 2 little kids with 1 more on the way, and think that this project would be beneficial for both those hats that I wear. Modern's mission is building for the next generation, and I think that this discussion today encapsulates that very well with the next generation of kids coming through that all see the STEM lab and the Culture and Arts Center and all the opportunities that will be provided to all those people through all the nonprofit support that people have talked about today. Like people have talked about, $275 million investment in a community is not an opportunity that comes along very often. And it feels like we're so close to having that for Cedar Rapids, and really hope that the message comes through today that the Lein County constituents are in favor of that. Being in the construction industry, bringing over 1,000 construction jobs will be very impactful, and then over 500 full-time jobs as well. As a parent, really excited about the $6.3 million approximate annual commitment to nonprofits and the inclusion of the STEM Lab and Art and Cultural Center, like I mentioned. We often travel down to the Children's Museum down in Coralville, and the idea of having more educational and entertainment options for young children coming to Cedar Rapids is really important to me. I'm also excited about the Buy Iowa First part of the program and strongly believe in the power of shopping local and keeping those dollars in the community and how that can have a compounding effect on the economy that's really meaningful. I'm excited about what this project can do for our city and future generations, and like I said, urge you to support this along with the Lein County votes, community and the votes that the Lein County constituents passed over the past few years. Thank you.
Okay, serious question. Anybody need caffeine? Okay. My name is John Tersey. I am the Executive Director of the Boys and Girls Club. I have been for the last 26 years. And one of the things I want you to know is before I decided to do this, I went to my board of directors. So I don't just represent myself. I represent 34 business owners in our community that unanimously said, we support you going and supporting this. So I want you to know that it's just not me, it's far beyond that. For those of you who don't know what a Boys and Girls Club is, we're the largest youth development agency in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. What we really do is get kids a fun, safe place to be in the most economically challenged and highest crime rate neighborhoods in our area. So what we try to do is have a place for those kids to go so they can get off the streets and beat the streets. We have 6 core program areas. I'm not going to go into depth, but education, career development, technology, arts, health and life skills, sports, recreation, and fitness. So we're really well-rounded on why we try and get kids into our program. Last year, we had 447 members. 98% of our kids come from below the poverty level. 56% of our kids come from single-parent families. Last year, we fed our kids 45,000 free hot meals. We are open for whenever school gets out to about 6 to 7 o'clock at night during the school year, and we are a full-service program during the summer from about 8:30 to 5:30. Why am I telling you this? Our membership is $12 for the year. That's it. We average 300 kids a day. Of our 447 members, 6 kids paid last year. So we are, in essence, a free program for them. And so when you talk about the 8% that could come back to our community and the nonprofits and how huge that is, let's just think of some things as have happened to Cedar Rapids lately. You know, Collins, Transamerica, they're still very generous, but their headquarters aren't here anymore. So they're not as generous. And not only are they not as generous, but many of the executives left too. So when you talk about the bigger donors and the things that really thrive a community, those are gone. So hearing that the potential to get 8% back to the nonprofits is huge to us, right? We are trying to do the best we can for the kids in our community, and for the, you know, the great thing is nonprofits go from before birth to after death. And so when you look at all the opportunities and all the great organizations that will benefit from this, you know, I think it's worth it. So we really are favoring you voting for this for our community because it will help all of us. Thanks again. Again, anybody? I'll get a caffeine if anybody needs it. Nope, you're good? Thank you. Have a great day.
Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil.
Good afternoon. My name is Dave Harrell, and I'm the President and CEO of Visit Quad Cities, which serves as the region's official and globally accredited destination marketing organization for the Quad Cities. To the members of the Iowa Racing and Gaming Commission, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. Casinos and the gaming industry have been a long-standing economic development driver in our area and for the entire state of Iowa. This industry has been and continues to be vital to our economic prosperity, community positioning, and quality of life. On behalf of our regional destination, we are opposed to any new casino development in Iowa and this specific project. Adding new gaming facilities into an already crowded marketplace will have an adverse impact on the industry and negatively impact revenues that are redeployed into strategic community investments through organizations such as the Regional Development Authority, Scott County Regional Authority, and many others across the state. The Quad Cities region is reliant on gaming revenue as it directly supports hundreds of nonprofit organizations with mission-critical purposes that positively impact quality of life and community development. Adding just one new casino will absolutely erode the resources our region needs to be successful and will put numerous nonprofits at risk. Not to mention, it will impact our gaming industry, our hospitality industry, and it will impact jobs. In addition, the Quad Cities visitor economy, which accounts for a total of $1.37 billion, will be negatively impacted. Moreover, the market has been and will continue to soften. The double-digit growth realized during the last 2 years was an anomaly due to market conditions post-pandemic. We can safely say that revenge tourism has accounted for increases in revenue and overall visitor spending. We are now coming back to a sense of normalcy, and the numbers and the forecast does look less promising due to many market variables. I do want to stress that we want to see our colleagues and friends in the Cedar Rapids area thrive, but not at the expense of communities throughout Iowa, along with an industry that is already saturated in a hyper-competitive space at the national level. Thank you for your time and for your careful consideration. It is critically important to our future. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Craig Montz. I'm with Myron Construction. We're a construction company here in Cedar Rapids. But we are in support of the casino. I employ people every day. And part of that, one of the biggest challenges we have is with recruiting and retention. Even if we can recruit somebody into our community, retaining them is just as difficult, if not more difficult. So the idea of placemaking and creating family activities, the amenities that a casino could bring to our community, the unique opportunity that we have right now is the area downtown is already ready for revitalization. The area is already set aside and able to be developed immediately. The immediate impact on good paying jobs, construction jobs, ongoing employment, that helps our people that work with our organization if their family members are able to have employment for good paying jobs. So the arguments against having a casino, many of them point toward the benefits to the other communities, so why not Cedar Rapids? The local economy would benefit, charitable organizations. We've talked about the success of Cedar Rapids, and we're thriving. Some of them are struggling, but they've done that in spite of not receiving the benefit of having a casino in the community. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Olson, Commissioners. My name is Dan Keel, CEO of Elite Casino Resorts. I'm here today on behalf of our 1,800 Iowa employees and our 1,200 Iowa investors who have helped us build and grow 3 destination casino resorts in Iowa. Together, these 3,000 Iowans urge you to vote no on this proposal. We are opposed to the Cedar Rapids casino license because cannibalization in the saturated market will significantly hurt our Iowa company. In 1995, this commission rejected an open market or Nevada-style licensing approach, choosing to award only 2 riverboat licenses in Council Bluffs, despite 6 applications. In 2004, the commission relied on market experts to evaluate 10 applications, but only awarded 4 licenses, citing a lack of underserved markets to support all the applicants. 2010, the commission granted only 1 license while rejecting 3 others due to concerns about market impact. The Lein County license in that case was justified because 80% of the revenue would come from out-of-state sources. The pattern is clear. The commission relies on the market studies, carefully considers the effects on existing properties, and consistently rejects a Nevada-style open market approach. Next, we should be strengthening our border properties to combat out-of-state competition, not weaken them. This commission is properly concerned about the impact of increased competition from new properties in both Illinois and Nebraska. In order to compete against the new Illinois properties, our river casinos need to invest in amenities and upgrades. We are already seeing revenue declines in each of these markets, but none of us can reinvest if we are losing revenue to a new property within the eastern Iowa market. The same is true in western Iowa. Let's find some ways to bolster our border communities, not shift revenues to a new property in Cedar Rapids or whomever else may apply. Finally, while Elite Casino Resorts has grown since 2017, it's because we have reinvested in our properties as you have asked us to do. Our success has been driven by reinvestment, following your guidance. After the Commission denied the license in 2017, we invested nearly $70 million in our elite properties. These investments keep our properties competitive and bring in revenue, but a 30% cut would be devastating. Losing that revenue would not only halt further investment, but would also likely require us to cut staffing and make other cost-saving adjustments. So we urge the Commission to continue to provide stability in the gaming market, and we respectfully request the Commission to vote. Thank you.
I urge you to critically examine the motives behind the pro-casino speakers that have come up today. Many of them are businesses and entities that have received taxpayer funding and backdoor shady deals from our city and entities associated with them. They are not prioritizing our children and nonprofits. This is a glaring conflict of interest, and the evidence is undeniable. The city is not acting in the best interest of our youth, and as informed citizens, we understand how Cedar Rapids operates and where much of the money is coming from. Let's be clear, only a select few will benefit from this project, and those generally needing legitimate essential services will not receive them. My name is Melissa Duffield. I am born and raised Cedar Rapids citizen. I'm a whistleblower, a mandatory reporter, a victim myself, and a founder of a nonprofit for our girls. I have also become an investigative citizen journalist, not because of my own thing, but because I have been targeted in my community. I am determined to expose the deep-rooted organized crime and the silencing of victims. Additionally, I represent my family's women-owned business, which is a member of the Iowa Businesses Against Trafficking. I am risking my life further by coming to speak to you today. There are citizens that have refused to come and speak because they have had attempted murders on their life, and they currently are suffering retaliation as well, or in fear of their businesses or their family members to be continually targeted. This is documented in court records if you want to know. The American Gaming Association acknowledges that gaming operations are exploited by traffickers and organized crime, i.e. money laundering. It is a fact wherever you find entertainment, lodging, alcohol, and family-friendly promotions, they are used for trafficking. As both a victim and advocate, I and many others have been targeted professionally, legally, and physically by many individuals in this room. This is a very serious endeavor, and the idea of a STEM program at a casino is absurd. It normalizes an environment for kids and teens that should be off limits, encourages the public to not notice this when kids are around in these environments. Any institution that claims to help victims while supporting a casino to go into this organized crime network in Cedar Rapids should be investigated. Many of them are. We are a powerful coalition of victims in this community. We are coaches, we are doctors, we are pastors, we are volunteers, we are entrepreneurs, small business owners, nurses, and victims that have been attacked by attorneys, officers, and other people, real estate firms, and even city council themselves. Our mayor loved to laugh when I was pointing out one of her friends that's a convicted sex offender getting to use a taxpayer facility. This is also documented on video. If you choose to support the expansion of this casino with this knowledge, you will be complicit in criminal enterprise, and more victims from all walks of life will suffer. Please vote no.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and welcome to Cedar Rapids. My name is Lee Kelker, and I've been married to my wife, Rosie, for 50 years. We have lived in Cedar Rapids for 50 years, and we worked in Cedar Rapids for 45, and currently are retired and residing in Cedar Rapids. I'm speaking in support for the Cedar Rapids Casino. The casino would serve as an anchor attraction that would bring more than 1 million visitors to the area a year. It would provide tremendous gaming and non-gaming entertainment for residents, including dining, music, and the event center. It will provide growth, economic development, and jobs. It will bring more money for the state. A Cedar Rapids Casino would help make the state better. It will provide 8% of the earnings to the nonprofit organizations. That is the highest of any casino in the state of Iowa. I go visit my daughter in La Quinta, California 2 times a year. Within 15 to 50 minutes, there are 6 casinos that we could attend to. All those casinos are doing very, very well. Competition is good. Competition should make you want to work harder to provide a better atmosphere for people to come to. I think it's frustrating to see some of these casinos continually try to stop Cedar Rapids from receiving a casino. The project will be good for the state, it will be good for Cedar Rapids, and it will be good for Lein County. To me, that is a plus, plus, plus. Thank you, Commissioners, for your time today, and please vote yes for a casino in Cedar Rapids. Take care and be safe.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Alan Tomes. I'm standing here today as a Cedar Rapidian, as a resident of Cedar Rapids, and my background is I'm former director of the Iowa Department of Economic Development. I'm also the past chair of the Iowa Utility Board, and this is my 50th anniversary of being mayor of the city of Dubuque, so this particular year. So I've seen a little bit of the process. I've seen a little bit about what economic development means. I've always looked upon this as a competitive situation for the benefit of all, that everyone rises when you have a good competitive business atmosphere. And I would say the same for this from the standpoint of the reason I mentioned the utility board is, of course, that regulating monopolies. And this certainly has competition within the casino business, but it also is a hybrid monopoly situation. And having witnessed all of those, I would take the competition anytime over the monopoly situation. I think it's better for all. I mentioned the mayorship of Dubuque from the standpoint that I'm in favor of all of the casinos in Iowa. I would support all of the casinos. I'm not turning on Dubuque casinos. I've lived in the Quad Cities as well. Started my career there. And again, I think there is obviously is going to be room. There will be changes with a new casino. There's no question about that. But if you don't have competition, you don't have progress. And I think the most telling process of that is in a monopoly situation, the industries themselves are the big benefiters of that. And the consumer is the loser. And they end up on the short end. And I think there's plenty of room for a competitive situation. As I said before, there will be changes. There's no question about that. There will be we'll have some reductions, but it also gives them an opportunity to show their best and to grow. And I think that's the situation that we're looking at here today. I hope that you look at that the same way, that competition really is king when it comes down to this type of a process, and gives everyone, I think the old saying goes is that we can all rise with the tide, and hopefully that will be the case here. Thank you for what you've done here today. It's a long day, and I appreciate your attention.
Hello, Scott Furioff. I'm the CEO of Rindernecht Associates, construction company here in Cedar Rapids. We've actually been in Cedar Rapids since 1880. I travel all over, been associated with many contractor organizations, and I will tell you that the number one thing that this state and all their employers have at the top of their list is employees. How do we keep the employees in the state of Iowa? Career fairs. We go to Iowa State for a career fair. All we compete against is the flashy entertainment districts of Kansas City, Omaha, Minneapolis. We have to have an attraction, and it's going to keep people here. When we are headhunting or trying to lure in a person who is, let's say they've sown their oats for 10 years, and now they're in Chicago and they want to come back to Cedar Rapids, we fly them into a beautiful airport. Then we bring them downtown to a beautiful hotel. We interview them half day, take them to lunch, and we turn them loose for the night because they're going to fly out the next day. What a better way to have a vision of our city than to have an entertainment district that when they go back home says, wow, Cedar Rapids is a lot of fun, and I'd like to relocate. It's about maintaining the employment strategies of this area as well as the state. I can also tell you that if we bring these people in and we get new people to come to Cedar Rapids, they are going to visit other places on the weekend. I look at the golf course down at Riverside and I think to myself, a new employee is going to ask another employee, hey, where can you play golf? Hey, have you played down at Riverside? No, I haven't. Does your wife play golf? Hey, she does. Well, let's go get a room this weekend. And I can tell you that the revenue is going to grow in the areas of the other casinos, but Cedar Rapids needs the catalyst to create the foundation so that we can build this area. And once it starts, the investors here and the developers will tag on, and it will help grow our city. It will produce more revenue for the entire state. I'm very much in favor of the casino. I hope you vote yes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Doug Newman. I'm the Executive Director of the Cedar Rapids Metro Economic Alliance. We are the Chamber of Commerce and the Economic Development Organization for this region. Our 1,200 members represent more than 90,000 local jobs. Here as a voice for that business community, the Economic Alliance strongly supports the Cedar Crossing Casino project. Business leaders have been discerning about our position. This definitely has not been an automatic rubber stamp just because it's a development project. In fact, business leaders have put 3 important conditions on that support. The project must significantly involve local leadership and have local stakeholders. The project must be of the highest quality, an attraction that adds to the reputation of Cedar Rapids and of Iowa, and one that makes visitors say, wow, and leaves a lasting positive impression. And 3, that it be a catalyst for development around it and responsive to neighborhood businesses. These were thoughtful considerations, hours of conversation about whether the project met our mission to drive growth and to help businesses succeed. And frankly, not every casino would have met that threshold, but Cedar Crossing sure does. It meets and exceeds those conditions in spades. It presents an opportunity not to divide the pie into smaller slices, but to grow the pie of Iowa's gambling revenues. I would also note that this business community support and these conditions have bridged multiple boards of the Economic Alliance. We first considered whether casino gaming would be an asset to the local economy back in 2013. Board leadership at the Economic Alliance and community leadership throughout Cedar Rapids has turned over significantly in the last 12 years, and yet we still have strong, unwavering support for this project. I know the business community would not be so solidly behind this project if it were a lesser proposal. Our members care that anything coming into the community be additive, that it contributes to community and district development, and that it contributes to the strength and growth of the economy. That's not automatic with all casino projects. Building this in the core and not at the edge of town, making it so much more than just slot machines, truly making efforts to fit the community has made all the difference. I have a number of friends, colleagues, and partners today from Dubuque and Riverside and others, and I certainly respect a lot of fair points that have been made. They should be proud of the fantastic properties that they run. I do want to address just one quick piece, the preposterous notion that Cedar Rapidians do not support this project. Our team at the Economic Alliance has in-depth face-to-face meetings with almost 500 business leaders each year, plus small group discussions and email exchanges that probably cover a couple of hundred more. We have a pulse on our business community far deeper than what a poll can show or what a finger in the wind can determine. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. After serving about 6 years on the Hiawatha City Council, I was elected mayor last November. Hiawatha has a population of approximately 8,000 people and is on the northern border of Cedar Rapids. I've been a resident of Hiawatha for over 25 years. My wife and I raised 2 daughters here. They both have families. One lives in Cedar Rapids, one lives in Marion. As mayor of Hiawatha, I can see the benefit of this endeavor and have my support for the Cedar Crossing Casino and Entertainment Center. Just as other casinos draw tourism, the Cedar Crossing Casino and Entertainment Center will be a destination that would draw tourism to Cedar Rapids, the second largest city in the state. This tourism will also benefit Hiawatha. Tourists will want to see what we have to offer as they search for parks, recreation opportunities, restaurants, and other activities. During construction and after completion, hundreds of workers will need a place to live, eat, and play. They can look to Hiawatha and our growing area for a place to raise a family. For comparison, Oklahoma, where I grew up, is about 1.23 times larger in area than Iowa. The population density, on the other hand, is about the same at 54.6 per square mile. Oklahoma has 38 nationally registered tribes. 33 of those tribes operate 143 casinos and gaming centers across 50 counties, located mostly in central and eastern Oklahoma. That's an average of about 2.86 casinos per county. Competition is good. That's why towns don't have one restaurant, they don't have one gas station, they don't have one grocery store. Competition is good. I want to thank you for your consideration of a new gaming license for Cedar Rapids. On behalf of Hiawatha, we strongly support this project and respectfully ask that you will support this project in Iowa's second largest city. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Stacy Eastman, and I am here with Eastern Iowa Health Center, and we are in favor of the Cedar Crossing Casino and Entertainment Center. Eastern Iowa Health Center is a 501c3 nonprofit, federally qualified health center. Federally qualified health centers, like EAHC, are the country's largest primary care network and the healthcare home for 30 million Americans and more than 14,000 communities. Community health centers are a critical element of the health system, serving both rural and urban communities, often providing the only accessible and dependable source of primary care in their communities. The community healthcare model continues to provide an effective means of overcoming barriers to healthcare access, including geography, income, and insurance status, improving healthcare outcomes, and reducing healthcare system costs. They help to reduce overall costs of care by helping manage patients' chronic conditions, which keeps them out of costlier healthcare settings like emergency rooms. Community health centers are on the front lines of emerging healthcare crises, providing access to care for our nation's veterans, addressing the opioid epidemic, and responding to public health threats in the wake of natural disasters. EIHC provides family medicine, pediatrics, OBGYN, dental, and behavioral health. A pharmacy and urgent care will open in 2025. 1,800 of our patients utilized the Hy-Vee on First Avenue, and when it closed, they were left in a pharmacy desert. We are also adding teleoptometry to our service lines in the near future due to the ongoing needs of our community. Last year, we had 41,000 provider-patient visits. This year, we are on track for 71,000 provider-patient visits annually. The majority of our grant funds raised goes towards unmet needs, which help to offset costs that our clients cannot afford, thus removing another obstacle towards good health. Unmet needs prevents them from having to choose between putting food on the table and in the tummies of their children, or paying their rent, or any day-to-day expenses, and their health. Cedar Crossing will contribute 8% of net AGR to the LCGA to distribute to charitable organizations across Lein County and adjacent counties, which is estimated to be $6.3 million in the first year of operation. This is the highest contribution percentage of any Iowa casino, and money that EIHC and many other nonprofits can use to improve the health of our community, which will lead to stronger schools, stronger families, and a more robust economy. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This has been such a complex and compelling day. Thank you for it. My name is Katie Hallman, and I live in Cedar Rapids, where my husband and I are raising 2 small boys. And since 2017, I've served as the Executive Director of Theater Cedar Rapids, which is the state's largest nonprofit theater. We reach 55,000 visitors a year, and only 43% of our visitors have Cedar Rapids zip codes. We are normally and regularly pulling from a 75-mile radius, and we maintain a growing $3.5 million annual budget. Next year, TCR will celebrate 100 years since our first production in our founder Grant Wood's studio. I'm here to request your support of the gaming license for Cedar Crossing in Cedar Rapids. Like all nonprofits, we rely on contributed revenue to fulfill our mission, and TCR alone is raising over $1 million annually. But the pressure and demands are ever increasing, and the landscape of contributed income in Lein County has evolved. We have to evolve with it. The anticipated annual nonprofit investment of over $6 million annually from Cedar Crossing well exceeds any local and county opportunities that nonprofits have. This funding surpasses our local economy's opportunities, and it is a historic moment, not just stabilizing for the nonprofit ecosystem of Lein County, but acting as a catalyst for revitalization, unlocking a new era of innovation and collaboration. Over a century ago, Cedar Rapids was a bustling railroad terminus, making it a hub of culture and commerce. The city boasted over a dozen theaters surrounded by vibrant hotels, shops, restaurants, and that spirit of connection and bold entrepreneurship shapes our city's identity. Now we are on the brink of a renaissance, one requiring equally bold investments to elevate our region's cultural and economic future. I was raised in rural Lein County, and I know firsthand how essential full county resources are. I've also lived and worked in cultural hubs, New York City, Minneapolis, and New Orleans, and I have seen how the diversity in entertainment options creates thriving cultural fabrics. I welcome the addition of a new entertainment venue to enrich our offerings, attract visitors, and energize our arts economy. Thank you for your work, your diligence, and your consideration of this important effort.
is Sam Newer. I'm an equipment broker. I close out businesses. I know in Cedar Rapids, the economy's really slow. Bars are hurting, restaurants are hurting. People are taking money and taking it to other cities. The other cities talk about the economic crisis might happen if we had a casino here, but they're not accounting for the 3 or 4 jobs. They're losing the hundreds of jobs that we would gain here. There's really nothing to do in this town. I'm in my 60s. We like to go out dancing. If we want to see something entertaining, we got to drive 40 miles one way, 50 miles another way, 60, 70 miles another way. You get done 10, 11 o'clock, you got an hour when you get home. I think I'm in favor of the casino. I think the city needs something to pick it up because there's just nothing after 8 or 9 o'clock in this town. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Cosgrove, and I have lived in Cedar Rapids for over 50 years. I'm also the business manager and financial secretary of Roofers and Waterproofers Union Local 182 out of Cedar Rapids. I've been a member of Local 182 for over 30 years. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Cedar Crossing Casino. I support this casino for Cedar Rapids and Linn County. And I believe that it will have several positive effects on Cedar Rapids, including over 1,000 construction jobs and around 524 permanent full-time jobs. It will also contribute $6.3 million to local nonprofits, provide millions of dollars in new state revenues, and attract tourists to our great city of Cedar Rapids. Let me remind you, Cedar Rapids is the second largest city in Iowa, and it's time we get a casino here. We have waited long enough, and this is what the Cedar Rapids community wants, regardless of what you hear the other casinos say in the state. Again, my name is Brian Cosgrove, and I support the Cedar Crossing Casino for Cedar Rapids. Thank you.
Good afternoon. First, I'd like to thank you guys for your service to our great state of Iowa. I know these are tough to sit through, but my name is Royce Peterson. I am the lead representative for the Carpenters Union in Eastern Iowa. We serve 3 locals, one in Dubuque, Iowa, Local 678, one here in Cedar Rapids, Local 308, and one in Iowa City, Local 1260. Through those 3 locals, we represent close to 1,000 carpenters. Jobs like this one that's coming, the Cedar Crossing Casino that's coming to Cedar Rapids, apply good jobs to our membership. These jobs provide sustainable jobs with health care and pension. This week is National Apprenticeship Week across the nation. We're bringing in new apprentices into our programs every day, and a lot of the nonprofits in the area help us do that, and this casino would help support that. We all know that there's a shortage in the workforce. Here in Eastern Iowa, we do a good job supporting that, and we'd like to continue to support that. This city has been through a lot. It has seen a lot of adversity with the derecho and the floods, but it has come back stronger. This casino will help with that. It will help to build the community and be a crowning jewel in the community. They waited long enough, and like I said, we support all the casinos in Eastern Iowa. They've been very good in the economy, just as this one will. And one last thing I'd like to say, we have a lot of aging parents that live in the area, and they go to the casinos whether we like it or not. And they have to drive a long ways to go to a casino from right here in Cedar Rapids. It sure would be nice to have one where they wouldn't have to commute so far, because I worry about my parents when they travel. And that's all I have. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak today in support of Cedar Crossings. My name is Pat Cobb. I'm chairman of World Class Industries. We're headquartered in Hiawatha, which is just north of Cedar Rapids, still in the corridor. I live in Cedar Rapids. We have, as a company, we have 9 locations, and we employ about 250 people. As a growing business, we're always in the business of trying to recruit and retain the best available talent to make our company even better. Having this world-class entertainment venue would greatly enhance Cedar Rapids as a place where we can encourage people to consider relocating to Linn County and to Iowa for their career. We believe Cedar Crossings will make a difference if we can make this project happen. Secondly, building a $275 million venue on the near west side of Cedar Rapids will be a huge step to continue revitalization of our community, and particularly that part of our community. As you know, we're survivors of a devastating 500-year flood, maybe a 1,000-year flood. I don't know. I've never seen anything quite like it. And a once-in-a-lifetime derecho, and those just happened in relatively recent times. This project will employ many people, both in construction, during the construction, and for workers after the operation would be built and operational. This will provide significant dollars both in the public and private sectors through employment and additional tax revenue. Not to mention that the additional gaming revenue should come to the state of Iowa as a result. Cedar Crossings can and will make a difference. And finally, most importantly to me, the funding for the nonprofit community is vital to the overall health of our region. I've been involved in nonprofits my entire career, and I'm really proud of what we've been able to accomplish in Cedar Rapids. And an additional $6 million from the to the nonprofit community will make a profound difference to our citizens that need a hand. Be they young, old, sick, poor, much help is here and ready to help, but more resources would make those jobs much better and much more available to those folks that need them. And Cedar Crossings would make a difference there. So boldly ask you to approve the gaming license for this community. It will make a huge difference to many, many people and to what I consider to be a great community. Thank you for your time today, and thank you for your patience with all of us sitting here talking to you.
Good afternoon. I echo our thanks for your time and commitment and dedication to our state. I'm Kristen Roberts. I'm the president and CEO of United Way of East Central Iowa. At United Way of East Central Iowa, we do a few things. We actively listen and we learn from our community to bring people together and to innovate solutions to very complex challenges our communities face. We serve 5 counties. We serve Benton, Cedar, Iowa, Jones, and Linn counties. What makes us unique and that we're very proud of is we consistently research and lean into the data to discover what our community is facing. And what we're proud of is how we listen to our community. We don't tell our community what it needs to do. United Way listens to the community. We listen to their voice, and then we unite community stakeholders to develop impactful solutions, and we encourage people to volunteer, invest, and advocate as a catalyst for positive change. Through that research, we know that our community's greatest needs revolve around affordable housing, childcare, and safety net services in the health and human services realm. And we are digging in deep through our strategic focus areas of building economic mobility, fostering childhood success, improving access to health care, and supporting safety net services. At United Way, we know that a robust nonprofit community, and they are the cornerstone of a resilient and compassionate community. Think about it. If our nonprofits are unable to serve those who need it most, what does our community look like? Nonprofits are needed to uplift those in need. They're needed to enhance the quality of life. They're needed to bolster the social and economic well-being of our community. United Ways of Iowa publishes the ALICE report, which details Iowans who are asset limited, income constrained, and employed. These are people who are working, they're hustling, they're doing their job, but they're not able to make ends meet. In Iowa, that is 30% of Iowans. Nearly 1 in 3 Iowans are working, contributing to society, and unable to make their ends meet. Unfortunately, after the last few years between the pandemic, the derecho, in which Linn County saw the absolute worst of it in the state of Iowa, and the anticipated recession, our nonprofit sector is stretched beyond its capabilities. Please hear me when I say that the collaboration among our nonprofits is undeniably amazing in our community. It is executing at a high level that hardly any other community across the state is achieving with our collaboration in our nonprofit sector. But despite this collaboration, our nonprofits are truly struggling to have the capacity to keep up with the services needed. Nonprofits continue to be in desperate need of more funding to address those growing concerns. We will continue to serve our community and needs as it is needed at United Way. And more than anything, I want you to know that United Way is here to work with Linn County Gaming Commission to help guide them through their journey, whatever that comes down to, whether it's educating them on the most present needs or how to build a strong foundation. We appreciate your time.
Commissioners, good afternoon. My name is Tim Hurley. In the early part of this century, first decade, I served a short stint on the Waterloo City Council and then 3 terms as mayor. This was a providential time for the gaming situation and industry in Iowa. I was happy to support the lifting of the moratorium during that period, the referendum for Blackhawk County, and for selecting or standing behind as mayor the successful operator application out of 3. I'm actively involved today in the Waterloo Development Corporation. That's a group that works hand in hand with our QSO to fulfill the commitment made to your commission at the time we got our license to reinvest and revitalize downtown Waterloo. I've been before this commission. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting you all, but I've been before this commission maybe 6 or 8 times on different kinds of business, 3 to 4 times for this very same question, the Linn County license. And I've stood in opposition those times, and I hope to explain why. My themes are timing, market conditions, and covenant. Let's go back 30 years, 1995. Statewide independent marketing study authorized by the IRGC said, and I quote, there was room for growth for additional casinos to the 12 in existence at that time, with, again, quote, Cedar Rapids, Waterloo area offering the most potential. Blackhawk County did not take up the issue at that time. Linn County did, and they voted no. Fast forward 8 years, the required 8 years, another IRGC-sponsored market study stated that all of the major markets across the state were being served, quote, except the Cedar Rapids Waterloo area offers the most potential growth without impacting current facilities, unquote. So a month before that information was available, Blackhawk County approved the referendum by a 70 to 30 margin. A month after that sort of disguised invitation to apply for a license, Linn County turned it down by a decisive margin. I've heard a couple of times, you've got to be kidding me, clearly and precisely that they voted yes. They voted no clearly and precisely at the proper time. And so, thank you. I stand opposed.
Thank you for the opportunity to express my concern on this important matter. My name is Jim Houth. I'm a longtime resident of Kelowna, located in northern Washington County, where I've lived for about 40 years. During this time, I've had the privilege to serve on various boards, organizations, gaining valuable insight into the needs and opportunities of our community. The Riverside Casino and Golf Resort is the largest employer in Washington County, currently providing stable, well-paying jobs for 710 employees. In today's economic climate marked by high costs and rising inflation, the casino has been a critical pillar of economic stability for rural Washington County. Beyond employment, the impact extends to tourism and hospitality, all of which contribute to the vitality and growth of our region. As I touched on earlier, I'm from Kelowna, which is also being known as the largest Amish settlement west of the Mississippi. Tourism is an integral part of Kelowna's identity and way of life. The Riverside Casino and Golf Resort attracts thousands of visitors to northern Washington County, many of whom also explore and support local businesses in Kelowna. This influx of visitors has significantly boosted our local economy and strengthened the connections and collaborations efforts between the other communities within the area. Many rural communities across Iowa continue to face significant challenges, including population decline and closure of local businesses, making it increasingly difficult for small towns to sustain themselves. However, Washington County has been fortunate to benefit from the economic impact of the Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. Its success and long-term consistency has provided a vital lifeline to our communities. Additionally, elite casinos in the Keel family have shown unwavering support for our region by generously contributing to local organizations, further underscoring their dedication to the prosperity and well-being of Washington County and its residents. In summary, the Riverside Casino and Golf Resort has proven itself for over 15 years to be the cornerstone of economic growth and community support in our region. It has consistently delivered on its promises, driving development and providing stability for rural Washington County and neighboring communities. Allowing the casino proposal in Linn County not only undermines the success of Riverside Casino, but risks destabilizing the progress it has made. For these reasons, I urge you to.
Thanks for coming.
Hey. Good afternoon. My name is Kyle Dedman. I'm proud to call North Liberty my home, a thriving part of the corridor. This region is where I built my life, and I'm deeply invested in its success. I'm here today to voice my strong support for the Cedar Crossing Casino project. This isn't just about a new attraction, it's about a stronger, more connected community. Cedar Crossing's commitment to contribute 8% of casino revenue annually to nonprofits will provide essential resources to organizations that help families across the corridor. These funds will transform lives. The corridor is growing, and Cedar Crossing represents the next step in our evolution. This project will bring high-quality jobs, boost local tourism, and create opportunities that will benefit all of us who live here. It's time to invest in our region's future. Thank you for considering this transformative project and for allowing me to share my support today.
Hello guys, my name is Joe Sample. I was born and raised in Cedar Rapids and I've been a resident here for over 50 years. My father, Bob Sample, started a local farm business here in Cedar Rapids while I was growing up called Sample Pharmacies. Thanks to the residents of Cedar Rapids coming out and supporting the business, I've been able to have a pretty good life growing up. What I'm known for today is a support local guy here in our city. Back in 2022, during the COVID pandemic, a lot of our local businesses were smashed to having to shut down. When businesses were able to start back open up, a lot of people were still weary of going out. I decided that I need to go out and show people that it's okay to go out and takeout is available or to eat at a shop at a local establishment again. I went to over 250 local businesses, would do a post on social media showing them what I got and gave them thousands of dollars in gift cards to place to get to others to come out and support those local businesses. My post went viral and places that I went to got very busy, and it helped to get the people of Cedar Rapids to come out and help to support these local businesses after they saw my posts. What I did was a shot in the arm for the local community, a positive shot that brought business back into the local businesses to help them get back on their feet and strive. Well, today, we are at a point where we could use another shot in the arm of positivity. Our businesses, due to the shutdown of the pandemic, have learned that more people can work from home, so we do not have so many people as once we did in the downtown area, eating local and shopping local. What Cedar Rapids Downtown District can use today is another positive shot in the arm, and that is just what Cedar Crossing would give us. 524 full-time jobs back to downtown. An entertainment venue that will bring in tourists to support even more of our city. Life-changing impact to local nonprofit organizations are just a few of the things. I am a proud board member of the Big Brothers Big Sisters program, and I feel the casino will definitely help with our programs and other nonprofits accordingly. Cedar Rapids Crossing will further revitalize downtown Cedar Rapids and surrounding areas. It absolutely blows my mind today to see the second biggest city in Iowa does not have a casino yet. I see what a casino has done for our neighboring cities, Waterloo, Cedar Rapids. Waterloo has water parks, amusement parks. Dubuque, 2 casinos, and the growth in the downtown area are thriving. I just listened to a guy pro against casinos that talked about support local and how it's helped their business. Why can't Cedar Rapids have that business to support our local community as well? It's not just about you and you here. It's about our city, Cedar Rapids, and the people that live here to help support our business. So please vote yes for Cedar Rapids Casino. Give us the shot in arm we need in downtown Cedar Rapids. Thank you guys for your time.
My name is Luke Swanson. I am organizer for Plumbers and Pipe Fitters Local 125 out of Eastern Iowa. I also live in rural northern Lein County as a resident. I am here to support Cedar Crossing Casino and all the positive opportunities that we bring to this community. Thank you for listening to the support for this.
Thank you, Commissioners, for your time today. I'm Jamie Toledo, and I've been asked by Chrissy Region to represent the Iowa County Community Development Organization today. Iowa County Community Development is the singular EDO, or Economic Development Organization, for the whole of Iowa County. Iowa County Community Development supports the proposed Cedar Crossing Casino. We welcome all projects that bolster our regional community and economy. As a rural county situated southwest of Cedar Rapids, Iowa County benefits from the many community development activities taking place in our region. Many of our residents commute to the Cedar Rapids area for work, healthcare needs, entertainment, and more. Likewise, much of our community workforce commutes into Iowa County from Cedar Rapids. More than just entertainment, Cedar Crossing Casino Project has the potential to provide additional job opportunities for Iowa County residents, grow our regional tourism draw, and support area nonprofits. Iowa County Community Development applauds Cedar Rapids for their laser focus on growing the city, adding jobs, opportunities, and amenities for residents of the entire region. Respectfully, Christy Region. Thank you again for your time today. Good afternoon. My name is Monica Vernon, and my husband and I raised 3 daughters here in Cedar Rapids. And I'm here today to speak in favor of this casino here in Cedar Rapids. I founded Vernon Research Group in 1987 and built the business for 26 years. And during that time, I worked for 4 or 5 different casinos all around Iowa. And when you work for one casino, you know, you also research the other people. So in the end, I've learned a lot about how all of the casinos operate here in Iowa, and tried to help the ones that I was working for as best I could. As a Cedar Rapids City Councilwoman for 8 years, starting in the winter right before our big flood of '08, I worked with all kinds of, the place where they're looking for Cedar Crossing to be, I held hands there, and as people lost everything. And along the way, as we were coming back, I became very interested in a casino in Cedar Rapids, and worked together with another council member to sort of put together a team. And one of the things I wanted to share with you is in all of the casinos that I worked in and all the people I talked to, one of the things that surprised me the most was the older people who felt that casinos were such a great, safe place for them to have some fun, get a meal, camaraderie. And, you know, I look around, we're really still missing our senior center here in Cedar Rapids, and this would go a long ways to help with that. But in my studies, starting thinking, how do we do this in Cedar Rapids, I contacted a ISU professor. And I'm a Hawkeye, but I went across the line there because I knew this guy had a lot of information. And what he taught me was, you know, I'm worried about Iowa because they talk about cannibalization, but really competition is the way of the United States. It's always been what makes us great. So when you make money in business, you can do 3 things. 1, you can pay down debt. Number 2, you can reinvest. Number 3, you can put it in your pocket. So when we don't have competition,
that middle finger, I'm glad that's the one I'm putting down, that middle finger goes away. So you pay down any debt you have, and many of these casinos don't have much, but you pay down debt, but you don't feel like you have to reinvest because you don't have competition across the way or around the state. And what he said is as the other states start approving casinos, we're going to be in trouble. We need to make sure that there's competition so people are reinvesting. Look at Dubuque, 2 casinos and they both invested.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you for allowing so many of us to come and talk today. My name is Annalise Walsh, and I'm the Executive Director for Breakthrough T1D, formerly known as the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. I was born and raised on the west side of Cedar Rapids, and when they talk about the flood and the derecho, trust me when I tell you they're not exaggerating. The mission of Breakthrough T1D is to cure, treat, and prevent type 1 diabetes. T1D, or type 1 diabetes, is an autoimmune disease that renders its victims insulin dependent for life. My daughter starting at age 4. Managing everything they eat, exercise, and many other life factors is just reality 24/7. As part of our mission here at Breakthrough T1D, we're on the cusp of preventing this disease. It's happening. New breakthroughs to screen for it are now reality, and soon to follow, we will be curing those living with type 1 diabetes. We also come alongside families wherever they are in their journey with this disease, whether they're newly diagnosed and their children, whether they've lived with this for many years and they're adults, or whether they are adults being diagnosed with type 1, like my mom, who was 60 years old when she was diagnosed. We provide mentors, resources, and support for the complexities of T1D. Living life with type 1 diabetes is expensive, to say the least, and so is research. We fund world-class research, and we are changing the world. Our community is incredibly supportive of the work we do here. The revenue provided by Cedar Crossing would change the landscape of nonprofit work and all the work that's being done by the nonprofits you've heard from here today. My colleagues in Des Moines and other places around the Midwest enjoy support of their local casinos, and that's amazing support that they receive. Linn County nonprofits, we've waited patiently for this same support, and we would hope that you would please consider voting yes and allowing Cedar Crossings to support us here as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, commissioners and staff. My name is Jen Welton, and I am on the City Council for small town of Palo. Palo is a small community located about 10 minutes outside of Cedar Rapids. We are a commuter town that relies on many of Cedar Rapids' services, including the Cedar Rapids School District, hospitals, children's services, mental health care, libraries, and so on. While our communities are growing and thriving, the need grows as well. I sit on many nonprofits, including a qualified health center that is serving areas of family medicine, pediatric, women's health, dental, and behavioral health. This year, we anticipate serving 71,000 patients, which is only serving 30% of the unmet need. The health center not only serves Cedar Rapids, but the surrounding towns and counties. That means there are more than 200,000 people that are not being served with basic health care. Palo relies on the services of the nonprofits in Cedar Rapids. Our small town has grown by 40% from 2010 to 2020, putting pressure on our small town infrastructure. Palo does not have the opportunity to benefit from such things as hotel-motel tax and does not have a commercial tax base. The proposed casino would not just help Cedar Rapids, but the small towns, communities, and counties surrounding Lein County. Having toured Council Bluffs for ABI Leadership Iowa, I have had the opportunity to tour their human services campus and see the effect that the casinos have had. Being the second largest population center, we have as much need as any of the communities that the casinos serve. On behalf of the City of Palo, the nonprofit, as a nonprofit volunteer and a mom, I ask for your support in improving the Lein gaming license. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Matt Reeser. I'm the business manager of the Electricians Union in Lein County, representing over 800 members and a longtime resident of Lein County. My members, along with the majority of Lein County, have voted twice for approval of a casino. We have been denied twice by the Iowa Racing and Gaming Commission when the applications came up for consideration. The reason that has been given is a casino in Linn County would cannibalize business from casinos in other Iowa counties. I know there have been many studies done for the financial impact to have a casino in Linn County and to not have a casino. You will hear many of those positive financial impacts from others today. I would prefer to speak about my experience as an electrician. I've worked on building a gas station quite literally across the street of one of its competitors. The same goes for restaurants, hotels, entertainment venues, even medical facilities. We know that the competition is good for the consumer. That's the world that we live in as construction workers. We know that when one of our contractors wins a competitive bid to construct a project, that's an educated bet that our workers can build that project on budget, on time, in a quality manner. If a contractor cannot accomplish this goal on a consistent basis, they go out of business. When that happens, we don't consider it cannibalism, we consider it capitalism. All we are asking for is the opportunity to see if Cedar Crossing Casino will put out a good product for the consumer by improving quality of life through entertainment, while at the same time financially benefiting other area businesses, our area workforce, local nonprofit charities, and broadening the state and local tax base. Thank you for your time and consideration of this application.
My name is Keith Rippey, and I'm currently the Chief Executive Officer of Area Ambulance Service, a 20-year resident of Cedar Rapids, and I'm the former chairperson of the Linn County Gaming Association at the time of the original application a decade ago in 2014. And I'm here today to urge the Commission to approve the Cedar Crossing application on our third request. To say that economic impact to our community would be significant is an understatement. It will be particularly meaningful to our ongoing downtown revitalization efforts as we continue to recover from COVID and the derecho. And Cedar Crossing is far more than simply a gambling venue. Rather, it's an entertainment destination as well as an arts and cultural center, creating more than 500 new jobs, serving as an economic engine not for just Cedar Rapids or Linn County, but this entire region. Our economy is based on competition. It's not based on a closed marketplace when competition gets a little tense. The commitment of Cedar Crossings to give 8% back to our nonprofits is the largest in the state. I have been, over the last 20 years, a member of at least 25 different community committees, not-for-profits. This infusion of new revenue would be a godsend to several of those organizations that teeter on the brink of going out of business or not based on this kind of funding. As the second largest city in Iowa and the biggest city in the state without a casino, I once again urge this commission to finally grant a license to Linn County Cedar Rapids. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Kirsten Running Marquardt. I'm currently a Linn County supervisor. Previously, I was a state legislator for 13 years. 7 generations of my family have chose to stay here in Iowa, and I want to first convey my sincere welcome and appreciation from the people of Linn County for you all being here today, listening to our community, and serving on this commission. I'm not easily impressed. I was born and raised in the west side of Cedar Rapids and very much influenced by two very tough grandmothers, one Norwegian and one Irish. And I'm not impressed by much, but watching you all sit here today and actively listening to people, I'm very much impressed and grateful for that and for this opportunity today. I'd like to add my voice in support of Cedar Crossing Casino and Entertainment Center. Our community has voted multiple times in support, but over the years, just my own personal experience while doing a lot of door knocking, a lot of meeting people at meetings or events, they're excited about this opportunity. They ask me what's going on and what can they do to help make this a possibility for our area. They are genuinely excited for this possibility. What this project means to my community and the state is so important. It's not just the jobs, workforce development, economic development, opportunities for the nonprofits, but it means a major attraction for our community, gaming, entertainment, plus the restaurants, all of it. We need our kids to stay here. I've got a 17-year-old who attends Prairie right across the street here. People need their grandkids to come back home. We also need other people from all around the country to come here and find out how great we are here. Not just the people, but give them something, an opportunity of a community attraction just like this. While we will not be destroying others, we'll be lifting up our community and the state with all of these new revenues, economic development, and workforce development. I know there's a lot of people pushing real hard against what's going on here, but I want you to know that, and the time's going by so fast, I think that I'd just like to leave you with this. Please consider this a part of your lasting legacy. Please consider that you broke out of the status quo. You gave us a fair shot. That's all we're asking here for. We're not asking for special favors or to go above and beyond the law, any of that. We're just asking for a fair shot like the others. And not only will it benefit our community and regionally, but it will lift the entire state of Iowa. And that is what your job, a really large part of it is. And just thank you so much. You're welcome here anytime, and appreciate you all being here and actively listening. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Bill Michael, and I'm a Lein County resident, and since 2008 have made my career in economic development and urban planning in Cedar Rapids and Lein County. I'm here today speaking in support of a gaming license for Lein County. Specifically, I'd like to talk a little bit about some of the economic benefits and how the project will support the city's economic development and long-range planning efforts. So the proposal will provide an urban gaming and entertainment destination that will significantly enhance Cedar Rapids core as a destination for local and regional visitors, provide significant support for our local businesses, and boost the area economy. The proposed investment will also be a catalyst for additional investment in the neighborhood and downtown. It's expected to attract a large volume of new visitors to the region every year. These visitors will have a positive impact on the Cedar Rapids retail trade area from Coralville up to the northern end of Lein County. Also have a positive impact on existing hotel occupancy rates and potentially support additional hotels which have been considered for a number of years here in downtown and surrounding core areas. The additional hotel rooms will be beneficial in allowing the Lein Energy Powerhouse as well as the convention center and attracting the next tier in terms of size of events. Right now we're somewhat limited because of number of hotel rooms. In the short term, Cedar Crossing will create a significant number of construction jobs and once operational, support hundreds of full-time jobs in our downtown and core of the city. As cities and regions compete to attract private investment, one of the things that I hear quite often from companies thinking about moving to the Cedar Rapids region and from existing businesses is we need more entertainment options. More entertainment is something that I hear over and over and over again. The business community also has a significant interest in the ability of the city and region in which they're located, of course, to attract and retain talented workforce. You know, the landscape for workforce attraction has really become pretty fierce. And again, over and over I hear to get people to stay, to get people to come, we need more attractions. And so in addition to that, the project will contribute to a number of goals and action steps in the city's Northwest Neighborhood Area Action Plan, adopted in 2017 and updated in 2023, as well as the city's comprehensive long-range plan. Thank you very much.
My name is Tony Zakaris. I act as business agent for Local 669 Fire Sprinkler Fitters, and I cover the entire state of Iowa. We have 40 members that live in Lein County and 474 members that live across the state. Having a construction project of this size benefits all aspects of the community, especially the construction workforce. It will create additional good-paying construction jobs outside of the specific site as well. The positive financial impacts of the wages paid to the construction workers will be felt well before the first machine is ever played. I'm asking you to please pass this application for Linn County's economic future. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and it is afternoon. My name is Barry Boyer, and again, I'd like to many other before me thank you for taking the time to come really evaluate our community and look at making a decision. And I sincerely hope in your deliberations that you find we're worthy of a casino and an entertainment facility here in Cedar Rapids. It's not lost on me that you volunteer for this, so I really appreciate the time you put into it. So my wife and I grew up here in Cedar Rapids. We went to elementary school, junior high, high school. We stayed afterwards after we got back from college. We raised our children here. My wife ended up being an attorney with a local law firm, and I ended up working my way through a company by the name of Van Meter Electric. It's an employee-owned company headquartered here in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Retired in 2012 and really began working more in the community because we love Iowa and we love Cedar Rapids. I think it's important to provide a little bit of historical perspective as you think about this decision. I've heard a couple of times today that, well, Cedar Rapidians voted down a casino in 2002. Well, 2002 was a riverboat, and not a pretty one at that. So I can tell you that it's apples to oranges when you talk about what's being promoted today. You know, at the end of the flood of 2008, you know, Cedar Rapids went from a community with a lot of moxie to a little bit like a boxer falling on the canvas. We got up, we looked around, but we did get back up. And we knew that we had a heck of a job to do with 5,400 houses underwater and 1,200 businesses flooded. And we knew also in the mid-2010 range, which was a time I happened to be involved, my wife and I, leading the United Way campaign in Cedar Rapids, as well as being chair of the Metro Economic Alliance in Cedar Rapids, that we had to do something differently. And that was really the beginnings of the formation of the Cedar Rapids Development Group. So I had the privilege, in addition to working on United Way and being involved in the chamber, to be an early investor in the Cedar Rapids Development Group. And I've heard it said today, well, you know, and I've heard it said through some of these broadsides that have come our way, well, you know, these are outsiders. Well, they're really not. We actually looked at Dubuque. We got to know the people from Peninsula Gaming. We didn't know how to run a casino. And we said they would be dandy for us. And I suspect if you go back to Dubuque and you ask people, how did they do for you? How did Jonathan Swain do for you? You know, how did Natalie Schramm do for you, who, by the way, is an Iowa grad? How did they do for you? They would say excellent. We knew right then we had picked the right partners. And at the end of the day, one of the real challenges we have in Cedar Rapids today is our community is growing. I happen to chair the Airport Commission. We had 1.3 million enplanements last year. And it's not the usual suspects showing up. We have a diverse crowd coming into Cedar Rapids who are looking for opportunities. And to provide that opportunity, our employees are saying, make Cedar Rapids cool. And what we have here with this entertainment complex is it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Charlie Rohde. I have the privilege of running our family's companies. We are in the ready-mix concrete block manufacturing, and landscape manufacturing business. Most of our workforce is here in Lein and Johnson counties, although we have plants in Clear Lake. I have a shop out in West Des Moines, Waukee, the Quad Cities, and formerly Marshall and Waterloo, pardon me. Of the 270 people or families that we help support, about 70% of them are in Lein and Johnson County. I'd also tell you that, like Barry prior to me, I'm past chair of the Economic Alliance here in Cedar Rapids, past chair of our Economic Development Group, the Entrepreneurial Development Center, and I've also recently completed another term as chair of one of our local universities. I don't tell that to you to pat myself on the back, but to emphasize to you my belief in the need to grow, educate, promote our community, the people and the businesses in it. The more thriving business community we have, the better off we are all going to be. The more support we're going to have for all these nonprofits, of which many of them that spoke today, I've also got a lot of personal experience with them. I'm not representing those organizations today, but I have had much experience for them. Ron Corbett earlier today called our economy a dynamic economy, a growing, evolving economy. One that recognizes that in order for the health and prosperity, we have to have development, we have to have growth, and we have to have change. I too was an early investor in the casino when we first floundered several years ago. I still believe it's the right thing to do. It's going to help all our nonprofits. It's going to help the region. 2 quick stories. I am not a young man anymore. Actually, I'm an old man trapped in a young man spot here, or whatever Johnson is. I've been in business for a long time, and it's a family company. Years ago, I walked into my father's office one day and I said, oh my gosh, so-and-so's coming to town. They're going to take all our business. They're going to cut all our prices. And my father said, okay, besides painting doom and gloom, what the hell are you going to do about it? Well, being a young man at the time, I said, I don't know. And Dad said, well, get the hell out of here. You better figure it out. Get back here tomorrow and tell me what you're going to do. He called me the next morning and said, let's meet for breakfast. What are you going to do? I said, we need to up our game. We've got a good product. We need to make it better.
Thank you.
Thank you for your consideration.
All right. Good afternoon. Thank you for meeting with the community and considering the license for the Cedar Crossing Casino. My name is London Morehouse. I'm a union electrician and also the referral agent for IBEW Local 405. I help represent over 800 electrical workers in the greater Cedar Rapids, Iowa City area. I was also born here, I was raised here, I make my living here, and I spend all my time here. I support the construction and operation of the Cedar Crossing Casino, and I hope you do as well. The construction of Cedar Crossing is a $275 million investment, not only in the city and the county, but also in the people that live and work here. An investment that will employ hundreds of people during the construction and create hundreds of new jobs post-construction. The proposed casino is also projected to draw more than 1 million visitors to the area, generating over $6.3 million per year in funds for local non-for-profits, increasing transportation to areas of the city like New Boat, Czech Village, and 3rd Street downtown area. We really believe that it's set to become an anchor point and catalyst for the community and neighborhoods and revitalization of Cedar Rapids. Something I believe we sorely need, and many other people do as well. I'm also one of the last holdouts for my family. My brothers, they both moved to Minnesota. My sister lives in Des Moines. My dad moved to La Crosse, and my mom is already making plans to get out of the area as well. All my good friends moved to Texas, and I'm sure more will follow. We've lost a lot of great people from this area. So we really do need something to hold them here, to revitalize the area, and this is that opportunity. So I'm not asking for anything special. Just give us the opportunity to put people to work, to invest in our communities, to entertain and keep people here in Iowa. Thank you for your time, and please vote yes for the Cedar Crossing.
Good afternoon, commissioners and staff. Thank you for your service and thank you for visiting us today. My name is Heather Armstrong. As a lifelong resident of Linn County and almost a 10-year owner of a restaurant on the west side of Cedar Rapids, I urge you to support the request for a casino license. While my full-time job is running a restaurant, nonprofits hold a very special place in my heart. I've worked at several, I volunteer weekly, and to date I've been blessed to be able to donate nearly $25,000 back to a variety of local agencies. Consequently, I do understand the financial need and what a huge impact the projected $6.3 million annually could mean for these agencies. Cedar Crossing will further revitalize downtown Cedar Rapids and the surrounding areas, including Czech Village where my restaurant is located. By attracting an expected 1 million visitors, the Buy Iowa First program proposed by Cedar Crossing will help to keep visitors utilizing local businesses and discovering all that Cedar Rapids and Linn County has to offer. Thank you again for your service, for your time today, and again, I hope you will vote in favor of granting a gaming license to Linn County's proposal for Cedar Crossing. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Chad Moyne, Senior Vice President, General Manager of the Isle Casino Hotel Waterloo. Today I would like to debate all of the inaccuracies and misrepresentations from the Cedar Rapids Casino project, but I only have 3 minutes. So I want to focus on the 400 plus jobs that they say will be filled by Lein County residents. Those of us in the casino industry know that the majority of the percentage of these jobs will need to be filled by experienced, skilled casino workers. Departments such as table games, slots, security, surveillance, finance, marketing, and IT, those leadership positions and several of the frontline positions cannot be filled by inexperienced casino workers. They need to be filled by experienced, skilled casino workers. These workers are not going to come from Cedar Rapids, and they're not going to come from Lein County. They're going to come from my casino, from Riverside, from the 2 Dubuque casinos, Prairie Meadows, Quad Cities, and probably several other casinos in Iowa. Cannibalization is, we talk a lot about cannibalization with gaming revenues and with QSO dollars going out to the community, and rightfully so. That is very important and should strongly be considered. But a metric that is often not taken into consideration is the cannibalization of the skilled casino experienced positions. And this demands to be just as important and taken into just as much consideration as those other metrics. Commissioners, I'd like to ask you to do something. On the morning of February 6th, when you get up and get ready, look at the mirror before you leave that hotel room and ask yourselves, is the decision you're making the best for the gaming industry? All 19 state casinos that currently pay taxes and that contribute money to their QSOs to distribute amongst the community are all against this Cedar Rapids casino. The Iowa Gaming Commission, that represents the casino industry in Iowa and is our collective voice, is against the Cedar Rapids casino. Not one gaming entity is in favor of this project. Before you leave that hotel room, look in the mirror and ask yourself, is the decision you're about to make the best for the state? 27 counties will be negatively impacted by a Cedar Rapids casino. Only 1 county will be positively impacted. Before you leave that hotel room, take a long, hard look in the mirror, deep in your heart, and ask yourself if the decision you're going to make is the best for the citizens of Iowa. 1,004,259 Iowans will be negatively impacted by a Cedar Rapids casino. Only 230,299 Iowans will potentially positively be impacted by a Cedar Rapids casino. So on behalf of the 317 team members that I have the honor and privilege to work side by side with at the Isle Casino Hotel in Waterloo, I humbly and respectfully ask you to vote no for a Cedar Rapids casino. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. How are you? My name is Liz Mathis, and I live in Hiawatha here in Lein County, and I'm a retired state senator and a retired nonprofit executive, and I work part-time for HEDCO. As the coordinator of the Hiawatha Economic Development Corporation, I support the development, the construction, and the business that the Cedar Crossings Casino and Entertainment Center would bring to Lein County. HEDCO was established in 2010 to encourage businesses to locate in Hiawatha. Since that time, HEDCO's played an important role in supporting and keeping companies informed about Hiawatha's progress and objectives. HEDCO's mission is to cultivate economic growth in Hiawatha by building partnerships with local public and private organizations and to find the tools for our 500 plus businesses to be successful and focus on solutions for today's economic challenges. So the casino would serve as an anchor attraction, you've heard that already, for local tourism and complement the array of other development projects that we have, that Hiawatha has in the works, by enhancing hotel stays and restaurant stops and recreational activities. Now, you have a tough decision to make, and you have a lot of information to process. When I had the same, I go back to my organization's mission statement as a state senator, back to the constituents who put me into office. And I ask, and I look at that for guidance. So in your mission statement, it includes following laws and rules and license integrity and public confidence, but it talks about promoting economic development, not preventing it. Your mission stresses promoting quality operations, providing quality entertainment, investing in Iowa goods and services, not preventing it. A lot of the comments today from our opponents and current casinos has been asking you to prevent. But the guideposts of your mission tell you to promote. So thank you, commissioners, for considering issuing the gaming license to Cedar Rapids. As the leader of a local economic development group, I personally support this project and ask that you will approve a license for the state's second largest city. Thank you for coming.
Well, I think we made it. Thank you much to all the presenters and everybody was so concerned that it was so painful for us. It was very enjoyable. I think I speak for everybody. I mean, our goal is to gather as much information as we can and make the right decision. And so we're serious about that. We want the information. We want to gather all we can. This was an important part of it. The site visit, this. Now we're waiting on economic studies, and we will attempt to make the best decision. I hope you all can rest very well on that. We are going to take a quick 10-minute break. We'll let the Cedar Rapids Development Group set up very quickly, and then we will hear your presentation. We'll have some questions for you, and that's going to be the day. So thank you much. Thanks, everybody. Stick around. We have just a little bit left. 10 minutes.